At 7 minutes after 6, a quorum of 100 voters is present. This annual town meeting is called to order. The meeting has been called pursuant to warrant dated May 19th, 2022, duly served and returned. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Select Board has called for reading and acknowledgement of our heritage before town meeting begins. Lee Davis will read the statement. Microphone.
Good evening. As we gather this evening for our annual town meeting, where we will decide upon the future direction of our community, it is important that we also look to and learn from the lessons of the past. We want to acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional lands of the Mohican people and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. We commit to continuing to learn how to become better caretakers of the land we inhabit, to understand the history and traditions of those who cared for it before us, and to learn from the successes and failures of preceding generations in the pursuit of a more just, equal Great Barrington.
Thank you. Another housekeeping matter, this meeting is being recorded by CTSB and will be available for viewing later. Up front, let me introduce the town officials who are seated at the table here. Right next to me, the most important person in the meeting, the town clerk, Jennifer Messina. On my left, the second most important person, town council, David Doneski. Also at that table, town manager, Mark Pruhensky, town accountant, Susan Carmel, and he will return, I'm sure, town planner, Chris Rimbold. On my right is the select board, Steve Bannon, Lee Davis, Vera Gabriel, Ed Abrams, Garfield Reed. On my left is the finance committee. I can't see them all exactly. Okay, 3 of them are here. In order from your left to right, Madonna Mower, Sarah Phil Orenstein, and Annie O'Dwyer. I will take a few minutes to explain some of the procedure for the meeting. I believe you may have gotten a handout that has some of the an outline of it. The town meeting is governed by the Constitution and general laws of Massachusetts and by the charter and bylaws of the town of Great Barrington. Town meeting time will be our reference guide for matters of parliamentary procedure. Only registered voters of Great Barrington may vote tonight. Persons who are not registered voters may address the town meeting with special permission of the moderator. 5 non-voters have requested and been granted permission to address the meeting concerning CPA projects and the school budget. I did not give permission to any non-voters to attend and observe the meeting because I feared we would need every parking place, and it looks like we do. Motions and amendments must be in writing and presented to the moderator as you make them. Making the motion, then scribbling it in a piece of paper as you walk to the front table is not encouraged. If you wish to make a motion or to speak on an amendment, on a motion or an amendment, go to the area of the microphone. We have 2 microphones on either side. I will likely alternate between them in calling on people. Be prepared to speak when your turn comes. Please first state your name and voting address, and then wait to be recognized by me. When a motion is made and seconded, the person who made the motion will normally be recognized to speak first in support of it. You may speak once on a motion for up to 3 minutes. In this setting, most of you cannot see the speech timer I used in the auditorium, so I'm going to use a timer on my telephone. And if you go too long, it will sound like this. When you hear that, at your next semicolon, period, or breath, I will thank you and move on to the next speaker. Statements should be addressed to the pending motion. Please be considerate. Do not repeat points that have been made by previous speakers. Speakers should address the moderator, not each other. Speakers should address the merits or demerits of the proposition before the meeting. Personal attacks on other voters are out of order. Questions should be addressed to the moderator, and I will direct the questions to appropriate individuals to respond. Speakers who are seated up here in the front will be recognized and may speak from up front in order to make principal motions on the items presented by the Finance Committee and the Select Board, and to respond to questions. Otherwise, to participate in debate, I'm asking that these people who are up front go to the microphones in front of you. A long colored card has been issued to each voter. Use that card to vote by a show of hands. This has worked surprisingly well despite this weird setting. But to make sure that it works, well, two things. I'd like a test right now. If you can see me, I can probably see you. Could you raise your cards? So far, so good. However, there is a blind spot in the corner back there. Okay. We will have to see how that works. To tally a vote by show of hands, we will have tellers who will be moving around the parking lot counting raised cards. So when I call for a vote, keep your hand up your card up until I tell you otherwise. Otherwise, it might be forgotten. And when this is happening, please do not move around. The tellers are assigned to different areas of the parking lot. If you move from one to the other, there is a chance that you won't be counted at all, or that you might be counted twice. We'll try to do this quickly. When we have a counted vote, I will ask the tellers to come up to the microphones and report the numbers so we can get the results immediately. Now, a set of colored ballots with yes and no printed on them has been issued to each voter to be used for a vote by secret ballot. When a vote by secret ballot is called, I will tell you which color ballot to use. There are about 4 items on the agenda tonight that require a secret ballot, and a secret ballot might be used in some other circumstances. A vote to borrow money or to increase or exceed the town's debt limit must be taken by secret ballot, and there are several of those. On a motion or an amendment to appropriate or raise more than the Finance Committee has recommended, the vote will be by secret ballot if 20 voters request it. I will ask for a show of hands on that, if it comes up. Changing the method of voting on a motion is done by making an incidental motion during the debate on that main motion. That incidental motion requires a majority vote. I have discretion to call for a secret ballot in other cases. In the event of a tie vote, the motion will fail. I will not exercise a so-called casting vote. A motion to, as they call the question, to end debate, move directly to a vote on the pending order, must be made, like any other motion, from the microphone in front, after I have recognized the speaker. This motion is not debatable, but it requires a 2/3 vote. Please be considerate of your fellow voters' desire to hear and be heard. To call the question, just to prevent the rest from hearing the other sides of an issue, might not be out of order, but it is obnoxious. I will not recognize the motion to call the question after only 2 people have spoken. And it is, of course, out of order to call the question at the end of your own speech on the merits. A motion for reconsideration of a vote may be permitted only if made within 15 minutes after the result of the vote is announced, and only one motion for reconsideration is allowed for any individual article. When you entered the meeting, you received a copy of the town meeting warrant, which describes the matters to be considered and acted upon tonight. There's also a budget document in there, wasn't there? and also a copy of the budget detail and some other things which may be coming up in votes, so keep that packet with you. We hope, indeed expect, to conclude the business on the warrant tonight. If we do not, the meeting will be continued Thursday night, same time, same place. As a little discipline, I am told that Thursday night there is a possibility of rain. Tonight, for the first time since we've been doing these meetings, it's gorgeous, and so maybe we can be very efficient. There is still some throat clearing to go, so let's hope we can get everybody up here into the lot before we actually have to take a vote on something. I will ask for a motion to dispense with the reading of the warrant. Is there a second? Second. Is there any objection? If anybody objects, without objection, we've dispensed with the reading of the warrant. Before proceeding to the warrant articles which start with the financial items, the town manager is recognized for a presentation about the town budget.
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me all right?
Microphone.
Is that any better? Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Prahinsky, your town manager. And before I jump into our fiscal 23 budget overview, I just wanted to take a minute to thank the dozens of boarding committee volunteers that donate so much of their time to this community, and to staff for their countless hours that they spend developing our operating and capital budgets each year. This process starts for them in November, so this has been a really a long process getting to town meeting tonight. So thank you to everyone. Staff is also here tonight, ready to present and answer any questions that you may have. So we're well prepared. So now I'd like to walk you through a very high-level overview of what I would call a level service budget for the coming fiscal year. So if you could just please refer to the 11-page slide packet titled Town of Great Barrington Town Manager's Presentation. And I'll hold just a minute while you find that. I know you had a lot of handouts at registration this evening. I got it. Okay, slide 2. Our priorities. Public safety and public health are always first and foremost on the list. Maintaining the high level of services we all expect and enjoy here in Great Barrington.
Right. Yeah.
Investing in our critical infrastructure. And we'll get into more specifics about these investments as we cover capital a little later on this evening. And finally, looking to the future by investing surplus revenues from this year into our stabilization accounts, something our children and grandchildren will thank us for in the future. Slide number 3. This is a snapshot of our anticipated revenues for fiscal 23. And in summary, we expect a 4.1% increase over fiscal year 22. Slide 4, our expenditures at a glance, and we also anticipate expenditures to rise by about 4.1% this year. Slide number 5. Here again is our spending plan for the coming year in a pie chart. And I realize you're working from black and white copies, so I'll just run down the percentages for you. Town operating budget, 37%. School assessment, 52%. Our enterprise fund, 7%. Special articles, 2%. Capital and non-borrowing, 1%. And then finally, state assessments, also at 1%. Slide number 6. This slide here is a 5-year look at our operating budgets from fiscal 19 through fiscal 23, just to provide a little historical background. Slide number 7, appropriations. This slide breaks down our proposed spending plan by category. Slide 8 is our capital program, and this slide provides a 5-year look at our capital investments. again, fiscal 19 through 23. Where are we on 9? Slide number 9 is just some highlights, some capital highlights. And here's a, included in this slide is a brief listing of some of the capital items you'll see later on in Article 5 on the warrant. And again, staff will be able to address any questions you have at the appropriate time. Slide number 10 is our special articles for this year, and these can also be covered in more detail this evening on the warrant, but these should all be familiar. We've seen these in previous years as well, with the one exception here, and that's being the increase to vocational education and transportation this year, and that's due to a bump in enrollment. And finally, the last slide, slide number 11, my thanks again to a fantastic team of department heads here in Great Barrington, to Chris Rembold sitting to my right for all of his hard work developing and managing the capital plan, and to Sue Carmel also sitting to my right here for all of her work on our budget and for creating easy to follow reports at every step of this process. And then to the Select Board and Finance Committee members for their time preparing for and attending weeks of budget hearings this winter, and for all of their valuable input along the way. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. People are still coming in. I would like to ask anybody who is in the back corner closest, the lower lot, closest to the football field, if you possibly can, to bring your chair up front or come into one of the chairs up front. We have at least 24 chairs left right up here in front. I cannot see the back corner. And if we can't get people out of the blind spot, we're going to have to count every single vote, which will be very time consuming. I'll give you a minute or two to see if you can get up there. Let me test you in. Is there anybody who cannot see me right now and to raise your hand? I realize if you raise your card. Well, anybody who can't see me, raise your hand. I see that card over there right in front of me. You can't see me, but I see you. And there are some over there.
Mike?
I fear
Mike?
this.
Over here? There's someone. Can you see them?
On my left is easy. It's my right that I'm worried about. There are quite a few people who are listening in their cars, and I really cannot see what they are doing. Is it possible when it comes time to vote for you to stand up next to your car and wave it overhead? Can you try that, please? Most of you are waving sitting in your front seat. Could you try from standing next to your car? I see you in the white pickup truck fine. Okay, I see somebody behind is now showing up. Down here in the second row, I'm seeing okay toward the end. I'm seeing okay in the right side, just barely. Again, the key is if you can see me, then there's no problem. I can't tell if you can't see me and you're waving and I can't see you. Let us hope that the first few items are so overwhelmingly consensual that we will not have to count these usually routine things. Nobody in the, you say the back row, in the back lot. Can the people in the back lot bring a chair up front, if at all possible? Yes, if they can hear me, I invite people in the back lot, except right here in the center where I can sort of see through. If you could bring a lawn chair up front, or get into one of the folding chairs up front, it will make the meeting vastly more efficient. Otherwise, we will have to take about 10 minutes on each article. And right now, the tellers who would count the votes are busy checking people in. Thank you very much for hiking up here to the front. The sun will be out of the way very shortly. And this will make for a much, much, much more efficient meeting. I'm going to tiptoe into the first articles and see how we do. Article 1 on revolving funds. Is there a motion?
voted that the town set the fiscal year 2023 spending limits for town revolving funds as set forth in the warrants. Namely, plumbing inspections, 20,000, wiring inspections, 60,000, gas inspections, 15,000, cemetery, 5,000, and council on aging transportation, 40,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded concerning revolving fund authorizations and limits. Is there any discussion? If so, go to the microphones. Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed? Motion carries. At 28 minutes after. More chairs are coming up, by the way, so there should be plenty of room up here for people who would like to move up front. There are still about a dozen left right now. Article number 2. Is there a motion?
Voted that the town fix the salaries of all elected officials for the period of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, as indicated below. Elected official salaries, select board, 24,500, which is 4,900 per select board member.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to authorize 24,500 for the salaries of elected officials. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please raise your card. All those opposed? Motion carries. That's 629. Article 3, is there a motion?
Voted that the town accept any and all funds being provided by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Transportation under the provisions of Chapter 90 of the Massachusetts General Laws to pay for such costs as allowed by appropriate legislation in connection with the maintenance, repair, and construction of townways and bridges.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to accept Chapter 90 funds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Any opposed? Motion carries. At 6:30. One motion per minute. Unfortunately, the next one will be longer than a minute. Article 4. Is there a motion?
Voted that the town raise and appropriate such sums of money necessary for the operation of departments in the town for the ensuing fiscal year for the purposes outlined below. I move at this time to... I wait? Oh, okay. So I'll go through them. Sorry. General Government, Town Manager, Select Board, 435,555. Finance Committee Reserve Fund, 117,800. Town Accountant, 159,880. Technology, 274,000. Assessor's Office, 187,645. Treasurer Collector, 230,860. Human Resources, 19,509. Town Clerk Elections, 150,657. Conservation Commission, 31,245. Planning Board, 5,450. Zoning Board of Appeals, 1,300. Office of Planning and Community Development, 146,905. For Public Safety, Police Department, 1,866,875. Fire Department, 723,795. Communications and Emergency Management, 19,790. Building Inspector, 183,665. Animal Control, 12,200. For the Department of Public Works, Building and Grounds, 804,340. For Highway, 1,861,433. For Cultural, Recreation, and Human Services, Health Department, 125,295. For Human Services, 35,000. For Council on Aging, 164,431. For Veterans Affairs, 147,935. For Libraries, 586,040. For Parks and Recreation, 122,000. For various boards and commissions, 15,500. Under the category Miscellaneous, for insurance, 1,876,000. For debt service, 2,304,328. For retirement, $1,051,805. For celebrations and events, $15,000. And for the total general fund, $13,676,238.
I think you mean 13 million.
Did I say thousand? That would be
Would be good.
quite the budget cut. I will repeat that. 13,676,238.
Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded under Article 4. Let me tell you what the procedure is and give the people in the back corner a chance to come up front if you can, because I can't see votes in the back corner very well. I will now go through that list of items one by one and ask if there is a question or a proposed amendment on them. If you have a question or a proposed amendment on any of the items, please get ready and come up to the microphone so that when I get to that item, you'll be there and can make your point. What I will do is go through the entire list and check the ones for which there is a hold. We will then vote on all the ones for which there is not a hold and go back and discuss the ones for which there is a hold one by one. Several dozen chairs are being delivered up here. Those in the back corner who can come up to the front, please do, and that way you can participate and I can see the votes. I will go through the list now of line items from the top slowly to give people a chance to come up. Town Manager and Select Board. Hold on that one. Finance Committee and Reserve Fund. Hold. There's a hold on that one. Town Accountant. Technology. Assessor's Office. Treasurer Collector. Human Resources. Town Clerk and Elections. Conservation Commission. Planning Board. Zoning Board of Appeals. Office of Planning and Community Development. Under Public Safety, questions or amendments concerning the Police Department, the Fire Department, Communications and Emergency Management, Building Inspector, Animal Control, Department of Public Works, Buildings and Grounds, Highway, Cultural, Recreation and Human Services, Health Department, Human Services, Council on Aging, Veterans Affairs, Libraries, Parks and Recreation, various boards and commissions, Insurance, Debt Service. Hold on debt service. Thank you. Retirement, Celebrations and Events. Following the procedure, I will call for a vote now on all of the items except the 3 line item amounts for which there has been a hold called. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, those line items are approved. That motion carries. Now let's go back and deal with the held items. There was a hold placed on the Town Manager Select Board line.
Charles Williamson, 48 Blue Hill Road, Great Barrington. I have a general comment. I just want to know about the pot shop. I know they pay good money into the town, but it doesn't go against the general fund. And I know it's going for a rehab, but we have no idea how many people are going to rehab and what the cost is. we're talking millions of dollars from the pot shop. I would like to see if the town would send a letter to the governor and see if we can get more of that money to help level our total budget or hold it, so it's not increasing every year. That's my only comment. I have no problem with the dollar value for the town manager and selectman.
Does anyone on the select board want to respond to the question? I'm afraid I did not understand the question myself, but if you did, I invite someone to respond. Okay. There was no concern about the dollar amount, so let's move on to the next item, which was the Finance Committee and Reserve Fund.
I want to move to amend.
Name and address, please.
Steve Bannon, 19 Fairview Terrace. I move to amend Article 4 by increasing the Finance Committee Reserve Fund budget by $100,000 for an amended total of $217,800.
Is there a second? Second. There's a second to that amendment. Steve, would you like to explain the reason for the amendment? Or would Mark want to do that?
Good evening. Chris Rembold, Assistant Town Manager and Director of Planning. The reason for this amendment to the reserve fund is to increase our capacity to pay unexpected bills throughout the year. The budget that was originally proposed to you, the operating budget proposed to you, has fairly conservative numbers for things like electricity, fuel, oil, gasoline, building supplies, repair and maintenance lines. However, just like all of you at home, we're seeing dramatically increasing costs for all of these items. And we hope not to get caught in a deficit during the year, as these items are all expected to increase. So rather than amend each and every line that might be impacted that way, we would look to increase the reserve fund line, which gives more flexibility to the budget, but gives some control to the Finance Committee, which ultimately controls that line, appropriations out of that line. Thank you.
Any discussion of this amendment? Okay, seeing that, I'm going to ask for a vote on all three amendments. Please go to the microphone if you have something to say, so that the people listening in radio land can hear you. And for those who are arriving late, I'm encouraging everybody who has been stuck in the back lot to bring a folding chair and come up front if you can. We still have a half a dozen chairs left, and if there are more, we can probably get some more chairs. It's much more efficient for counting votes if you're within eyesight. Thank you. Name and address, please.
Alessandra Profumo, 25 Grove Street. It sounds like a good idea, but I'm just wondering, where is that money going to come from? Is another line item being cut, or?
Question is, where's the money coming? Is anything else being cut? Is there anything else you would like to say? That's it. Thank you.
Hi, I can answer that for you. The money's coming from raise and appropriate as this Article 4, the whole operating budget. So nothing is going to be cut at this point.
Okay, there was a hold placed on the, was it
With debt service.
debt service? If you,
Yes.
everybody, general instruction, if you want to say something, come to the microphone. The microphone. That microphone, thank you. Name and address, please.
Denise Forbes, 325 North Plain Road, Housatonic, Massachusetts. I just have a quick question. If that line item is added 100,000 and it's nothing else is being cut, are our taxes going up even more? Thank you.
Yes, this is proposed, as Sue said, a raise and appropriate, so it would impact the taxes by $100,000.
To my left.
Yes, my name is Dr. Michael Monroe at 19 Hemlock Hill Road in Great Barrington. I'd like to speak about the debt service.
Okay, let me be sure we're done with the finance and reserve. Are you talking about debt service, Trevor?
No, I'm talking about the last item,
The
the line item.
Okay.
And it strikes me that the members of the town who has gathered here this evening would be rather interested to know how that 100,000 is going to be spent. One would imagine that getting to a figure of 100,000, you would have an idea of exactly what the line items are likely to be, whether they're energy or whatever. And if you're going to raise the taxes, then I think we definitely need to know where that money is going. Thank you.
Would someone on the staff of the Finance Committee like to explain how the reserve fund operates?
Well, I'll take a stab at it. We don't know how it's going to be spent. The town approached us quite recently indicating that they're seeing the inflation that we're all seeing, and they felt it appropriate to stow away another $100,000 for unforeseen expenses over the course of the year. The Finance Committee will review all their requests for the use of those monies, and we'll be very cautious and careful in how we allocate that money. We are taxpayers as well.
Mr. Moderator, could I come back on
no,
that,
you,
please?
this, your question has been asked and answered. Let me get a little bit farther on it. The Finance Committee has to approve all expenditures from the reserve fund. I'm not sure that Phil made that entirely clear.
I just want to make the point that as I run my own company and I have to report to outside investors, I'm required to be very clear about what my budget is for the following year. And if it includes inflation, it includes inflation. I have to go down line by line. And I think that's exactly the sort of requirement that we should actually have of our elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the Finance Committee reserve fund issue?
Sharon Gregory, 32 Hollenbeck. I'm wondering, is it possible for us to just take the $100,000 from the free cash reserve, which is like $4 or $5 million by now, rather than to raise the taxes? We have a big, comfortable reserve in that way. It's not our official reserve, but I call it kind of a savings account. It's very large.
Question has been asked. Are you finished?
Yes. I mean, can we do that, and why don't we, I guess?
Thank you. That's the question.
It was the recommendation of the staff that the operating budget is a raise and appropriate. It could come from free cash, but to your comment, after we vote on all of these articles, we're using $4.1 million of free cash to offset the taxes. We only currently have a balance of $1.7 million after all the articles that is appropriating free cash.
Any further comments on the finance and? Apparently not. Does the Finance Committee have a view on this amendment?
Speaking for myself, we share all the concerns of our tax-paying residents. But that being said, we understand the need for this reserve from a process standpoint, so we support the amendment.
Do the other members of the committee concur?
Yes, this wasn't brought to the Finance Committee during the budget process, so I can't speak to the full committee. I agree with my colleague on the committee, though. I understand the need for it, and I certainly would say that the Finance Committee will monitor carefully how the spending is used. And the hope is, the reason for having this reserve fund is that hopefully we won't have to use it, but we might. And I know that I just recently filled my gas tank, and I was stunned by how quickly it's going up.
I am polling the committee right now. I'll tell you why in a minute. Madonna, do you have
I concur with my colleagues.
Okay. You see, we have a rule that says if we authorize a motion to spend more than the Finance Committee recommends, has a special voting rule applied to it. The Finance Committee recommends this, so that special voting rule does not apply. Moving now on to debt service. A question from my left. I'm sorry, start again.
Yes, my name is Dr. Michael Monroe, 19 Hemlock Hill Road in Great Barrington.
You're recognized.
Okay, thank you. My concern is the debt service of $2.3 million on a general fund of 13.676, and in doing the math quickly earlier, that's 17% of what we're paying in our tax dollars this year will be to pay debt. I would like to see a more aggressive stance toward the debt, for example, perhaps, and we have measures tonight that will be voted upon to increase the debt further through bond issues and such matters. So I would like to see a more aggressive matter to decrease our debt, because it's approaching 20% of our every year expenses, to perhaps come out of proposed 3% tax if short-term housing funds are approved and passed, as well as marijuana funds. I would like to see someone on the board or select board or get comments from other taxpayers if we could be more aggressive on that matter, please.
Thank you. Does anyone on the board or the Finance Committee want to address the issue of our overall policy on debt service? Seeing none? Okay.
I guess I'll comment. I mean, I think this is something we've raised at Finance Committee meetings and budget meetings for many years. I agree with you. I think we have to get a hold of the debt. It is one of the reasons we are gradually and slowly trying to build some stabilization funds, which we will be voting on later, so that in the long run, we will start to have resources that we can draw from when we find ourselves with considerable capital expenses that we borrow in order to fund. I have supported the capital budget that is coming later, and I guess I'll talk a little bit more about that later as to why I have supported it, because I think they're necessary.
For clarity, since there are only 3 items, I'm going to call for separate votes on each of the 3 held items, just so there's no ambiguity. For the first item, which is the line item for Town Manager and Select Board, $435,555. All those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your cards. Motion carries at 650. For the second item, the proposed amended line item for Finance Committee and Reserve Fund, we are in effect voting on the amendment now. We've divided the question. The proposed number is $217,800. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your cards. Motion carries at 651. Finally, on debt service, line item as it was in the original motion, $2,304,328. All those in favor, please raise your cards. I just turned myself off. Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. 1 opposed. We have adopted all of the items on Article 4. Moving on to Article 5. Is there a motion?
Voted, and apologies, I will be reading quickly. That the sum of $4,800,028 is appropriated to pay costs of undertaking various capital projects and acquiring various items of capital equipment as follows. 1. Making various street and bridge improvements at an approximate cost of $3,425,000, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto. And that to meet this appropriation, the Treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, is authorized to borrow $2,994,000 under and pursuant to Massachusetts General Law 44, Section 7-1, or any other authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and $406,000 shall be transferred from Chapter 90 funds, so called, and $25,000 is to be transferred from the Community Preservation Fund, Historic Resources Fund balance. Number 2, making various building and ground improvements at an approximate cost of $930,000, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the Treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to MGL 44, Section 7-1, or any other authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. Number 3, purchasing and equipping 2 new police cruisers at a cost of approximately $115,000 including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the town raise and appropriate said funds. 4. Acquiring 5 new surveillance cameras for the police department at an approximate cost of $18,000, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the town authorize the use of $18,000 of free cash. 5. Purchasing 6 body cameras for the police department at an approximate cost of $40,000, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the town authorize the use of $40,000 of free cash. 6. Acquiring a new highway truck with a snow fighter package for the Department of Public Works at an approximate cost of $170,900, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to MGL 44, Section 7, or any other authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. 7. Acquiring a new roadside mower for the Department of Public Works at an approximate cost of $51,128, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to MGL 44, Section 7, or any other authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. 8. Making parks improvements at an approximate cost of $50,000, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant MGL 44, Section 7, and any other authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. The amounts authorized to be borrowed by this vote are necessarily estimates, and as such, the select board is authorized to borrow more for any project or less for another, so long as, in its judgment, each project is funded in whole or in part by a borrowing that can be completed within the total amount authorized to be expended by this vote.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. I'm going to deal with this item a little differently than we have in the past because it requires a 2/3 vote by secret ballot, which is going to be messy to do. If you have a question or a proposed amendment about any item, please get ready and come to the microphones and be ready to speak. I'm going to go through the 8 items one by one and discuss each one. If someone has an amendment, deal with that amendment one by one. And then we will have a full package ready for a single secret ballot vote at the end of it. Is that understood? I believe everybody is in now, but any of the latecomers who are parked in the back corner, if you have a lawn chair and can come up front where I can see you, that would make things much more efficient. For the next vote, that won't matter because we'll bring the boxes around. But you're invited to join the party up front. Item number 1, street and bridge improvements. Are there questions or proposed amendments? To my left.
I just did. Okay. Mary Elizabeth Merritt, 8 Forest Row. I just wanted to know if this number for the street and bridge improvements would get offset by the monies that we voted to accept from DOT.
That's your question. Is this offset by DOT money?
Will it be if we get the DOT money?
Yes, we have set aside
Okay.
we're requesting 1.9 million of that total towards street improvements, and approximately 400,000 from the Chapter 90 Mass DOT funds will be offsetting that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions about street and bridge improvements? That item's unchanged. Number 2, building and ground improvements. Questions or proposed changes in building and ground improvements? Seeing none, that'll be unchanged. Item 3, purchasing and equipping 2 new police cruisers. Questions or proposed changes on item 3? Seeing none. Item 4, acquiring 5 new surveillance cameras for the police department. Questions or changes?
Got a question on the cameras.
Name and address, please.
Charles Williamson, 48 Blue Hill Road, Great Barrington.
Thank you.
Just a question. It's over $3,600 for each of those cameras. Is that high or is that the standard price?
Thank you. The total cost for the project it also includes the cameras plus a DVR system that stores the data, and it's time to upgrade our system. So I'm looking 9,000 of those funds is for that DVR storage system to be put in place.
Also about these cameras? Okay. No other questions?
Giovannina Pagano, 74 Division Street. I couldn't get up here in time for the street improvements. Are we allowed to go back and ask a question about that?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. It's hard. It's hard to be seen.
Yeah.
Hard to hustle.
Back to number one for a second.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So, just wondering about street improvements and if that also includes the whole streets initiative, meaning that, streets are both for cars and for pedestrians and bikes, and just wondering if somebody can speak to that.
I think somebody can.
Great.
Yes, we build into our budget work for streets, roads, bridges, culverts, but also sidewalks and paths. That's what we sometimes call whole streets or complete streets. This year, we of that total for streets and roads, 600,000 of that is being proposed for sidewalk improvements.
Thank you.
I believe we are now on number 5, which is 6 body cameras for the police department. Questions or comments on that? To my right.
Henry Frolato, 8 Burning Tree Road, Great Barrington. I don't understand why it's $40,000. I just went online and I see them for $600 each.
The question is, why are we spending so much?
So explain the system a little bit. The body cam system, each individual officer has to have their own camera. And you're right, they're approximately $600 a piece. But that doesn't include the licensing, the data storage, and the data management. Also, the other equipment that goes along it, for example, the charging systems that will be in place. So the total project is just under $70,000. I applied for a grant, and we received almost $20,000 from the grant, so the remaining balance would be $49,000 and change.
All right, say so. Thank you.
Any other questions on the body cameras? Item number 6, acquiring a new highway truck with a snow fighter package. A snow fighter must be better than a snow plower. Any questions or comments on the new truck? That will be unchanged. Item 7, roadside mower for DPW. Questions or comments? See none. And item number 8, questions, comments, or changes on parks improvements. Seeing none, there are no. Please come to the microphone. And
Isn't this the microphone?
that is the microphone.
Hi, I'm Abby Schroeder, 35 Stony Brook Road. I have had the occasion to approach the Parks Commission, or whatever they're called, for permission to do an event at the bandstand. I'm not speaking about that event. I'm speaking about the use of parks generally. I think that there's not enough money in the budget because the Parks Department basically has to say no to almost everything that anybody wants to do unless they're prepared to spend it themselves. That's unreasonable when we have a community that is children and adults who want to use the parks, and sometimes we can't because they're not available because it costs money. $50,000 for all the parks in Great Barrington is certainly below a budget that is reasonable for the community to enjoy the parks. The event, by the way, that I'm involved with is to honor David Grover, who began the bandstand in 1987, and I was there. I was involved with presenting it. And we are going to honor him on July 2nd. And I don't hold anybody in town responsible for saying they can't do it, but they said they can't do it. So I'm doing it. And it's for everybody to come and enjoy hearing stories and songs that reflect on David Grover's life and the fact that he is a legend in his own time. Thank you.
Thank you for your support. You have not requested a change in the amount in this motion, and so we will proceed. You're done.
I didn't realize that I had to do that at the same time.
Absolutely. This is your one chance, is to make a motion.
Here I am. I'm making a motion
What is your motion?
that we double the amount, and that's little enough for all the parks.
This is not the total parks budget, you realize. This is the capital budget for parks.
Which means what?
Chris, would you like to explain the difference? We dealt with the operating budget before.
The operating budget proposed was $122,000. That was approved in the last article. This is capital, which involves things like new equipment, play equipment, and things like that in all of our parks. Significant improvements to parks throughout the town.
Right, well, that's the part that I'm concerned about, because there aren't benches, there aren't in a lot of the parks. In fact, you've just put 2 benches near the courthouse, that park. That's not enough for people to enjoy the use of the park. If they have children playing in the middle, they want to have a place to sit, and we shouldn't have to have them bring their own chairs.
Thank you very much. That's your 3 minutes.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. There is a motion to double that item in Article 5, number 8. As an amendment to this motion, this can be handled by a normal majority vote. Is there a second to that motion? Motion has been made and seconded to amend item 8, making that number $50,000. Any further discussion?
It's already,
Making it from $50,000 to making it $100,000. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion of it, I will call for a show of hands on this. All in favor, raise your cards. All opposed, raise your cards. We're going to have to count this vote, I'm sorry to say. Are the tellers ready? We have to do a counted by hand vote before we can do the... This will take a few minutes. What's your territory? That's fine, that's fine. You got this. Okay. I haven't given anybody any instruction yet. I'm trying to be sure the counters are out in place. We were not expecting a teller vote at this point. They were getting ready to bring the boxes around. I'm sorry. So define whether please. Are the tellers in place yet at the ends?
Which is probably how I came to the crime risk.
This is probably going to take a couple of minutes because this is our first rehearsal for this tonight. Sorry about that.
There was a car coming the other way. Kathy Couch very investigated. Stopped the car. Drives them. Well, there you are. People go out.
I believe the tellers are now in place. All those in favor of this motion to increase item 8 to $100,000, please raise your cards and hold them up. This may take a couple of minutes to do.
And then make sure it comes back. It's gotta come back, Mark said. Because we gotta do the other side?
Oh, yeah, I saw her, yeah. She's down, she's over back there. She always sits in the car with the back.
The tellers, when you are done, please come to the microphones. Actually, we need to take the other side and then come to the microphones. When you are done, signal that you are done.
No, it's just sitting there. No, it's not open.
Wait a minute, I think, did you, that's why he was,
I'm sorry, Garfield.
did you count them or? I thought he was pretty unavailable last year. Yeah, yeah. They go to New Jersey quite a bit. I think it's.
Better go back out and do the others now. Good. Exactly. We have to go back and do it again now for the note.
I know, they should, that's a good idea with some sort of ropes or something, yeah.
Kathy, I think you're done, yes? Okay. Okay, you can put your cards down. All those voting no on this amendment, please raise your cards and hold them up.
I wasn't sure. Particularly in the capital budget, I understand the operating budget, but it's basically saying to Chris, here's $50,000. It's basically just saying to Chris Rumble, here's $50,000 to do anything. It's so, it just, in the capital budget, it's sort of saying to Chris, here's $50,000 to spend on whatever you want, which is nice. I mean, I'm not saying it's not nice, but
Tellers, when you have all of your no's, you can go to the microphones. Keep your cards up because they're not all done yet.
I know, what are we gonna do the day that Michael Wise decides he doesn't wanna do this? I know. But that's a bit how I feel about short-term rentals. I haven't been able to attend the meetings, and I'm so concerned. I know.
Keep your cards up, please. We're not done yet. Just bring it up, Kathy. Here she comes. Kathy, do you have your count? Okay. Would the tellers please report one by one?
36 yes, 33 no.
36 yes, 33 no.
20 yes, 4
I'm sorry,
no.
close to the mic.
20 yes, 4 no.
20 yes, 4 no.
22 yes, 27 no.
22 yes, 27 no.
12 yes, 14 no.
12 yes, 14 no.
30 yes, 18 no.
30 yes, 18 no.
21 yes, 12 no.
21 yes, 12 no.
12 yes, 10 no.
12 yes, 10 no. The amendment passes 153 yes, 138 no. I'm glad I didn't try to guess because it was in fact close. Okay, there being no further discussion, we will now vote on the main motion as amended with our item number 8. This will require a secret ballot. Please use your blue ballot. Put in yes or no depending upon which way you go. The tellers will be coming around with boxes to collect them. They'll count them and report them in a few minutes. At this point, if we were in the auditorium, we'd get up, walk around, and say hello to your neighbors.
So this is a vote on the entire. Yes, blue, yeah, blue, yeah.
But you won't have that freedom this time because we can efficiently move on to Article 6 while they're passing around with the boxes. Is there a motion for Article 6?
Voted that the town appropriate and authorize the use of $350,000 in free cash representing amounts received under host community agreements with marijuana establishments to fund various community programs under an application and approval process to be administered by the town manager.
Motion has been made and seconded concerning the use of free cash representing marijuana money. Is there discussion or questions about the motion on Article 6? If so, please come to the microphone quickly.
Jim Stark, 1099 Main Street. I'm interested in the application and approval process administered by the town manager. So, is the town manager going to decide who gets the money?
Your question is there a process other than the town manager deciding who gets the money?
And how are you going to decide that, Mark?
So ultimately, yes, that decision can be made by me. I do not make those decisions alone. However, I have a 5-member volunteer committee that distributes and collects the applications, reviews them, and then makes a recommendation to me each year. So this would be year 3 of that same process.
Who's on the committee, please?
Let's see, Garfield Reed, Rebecca Gold, it's not on the website. No. Garfield? Yeah. Can Garfield help me with this? Holly Hammer. Tori Pajeski.
One more,
Is that it?
don't remember. I'm afraid I don't remember it. There is one more.
Martha Clay. I'm sorry.
There you go.
That's all 5.
And these people were appointed, not elected, I take it.
That's correct.
Are you allowing any percentage for paying off the town debt?
No, in this particular article, this is using revenue collected from the sale of cannabis products.
I understand that. Are you prohibited from paying off a portion of the town debt with this money?
Yes, this funding is specifically to be used to offset the negative impacts of cannabis.
Thank you.
So, okay.
To my right,
Denise Forbes, 325 North Plain Road. Quick question. It's to fund various community programs, mostly due to marijuana or whatever. Do we have an idea as to what those programs are? Because it feels like we're voting blindly, because I don't know what this all means, because I'd like to know what these programs are.
So I can tell you what the recipient or who the recipients were for last year and for the dollar amounts. We start the process early in the summer, so I couldn't tell you who will receive money in the coming year, but last year, Berkshire Hills Regional School District received $150,000. Railroad Street Youth received $70,000.
Okay, good. Those are great, really good programs. That's great.
We do. Would you like the rest of them, or?
Here's one.
Okay. Volunteers in Medicine
Thank you.
received $30,000. Community Legal Aid, $10,000. Rural Recovery Resources, $35,000. The Elizabeth Freeman Center, $25,000. The Clinton Church Restoration Project, $15,000. And the Great Barrington Police Department received $15,000.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
any other questions about the motion on Article 6? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed, please raise your cards. Motion carries at 7:20. Has everybody voted in the the previous article? They were walking around with the secret ballot for Article 5. I think everybody should have deposited your blue ticket by now. Article 7, wastewater treatment budget. Is there a motion?
Voted that the town appropriate from the receipts of the wastewater treatment plant such sums of money necessary for the operation of the sewer division for the ensuing fiscal year for the purposes outlined below. Salaries, $515,482. Expenses, $834,900. Insurance and benefits, $333,632. Miscellaneous transfers, $200,000. Debt service, $774,478, for a total wastewater treatment plant budget of $2,658,492.
Motion has been made and seconded concerning the wastewater plant's operating budget. I'll review these line items one by one. If you think you might have a question, say hold when I get there and I'll go back. I'll do them one by one and let's see if there's a question rather than go back on them, because I have a feeling we'll be able to take care of them. Number 1, salaries. Number 2, expenses. Number 3, insurance benefits. Number 4, miscellaneous and transfers. Number 5, the question must be about debt service.
Jim Stark, 1099 Main Street. Are all the voters here going to be voting on this, or are they all eligible?
Mr. Moderator, yes, this is an article for an enterprise budget for which in any community where there's an enterprise fund, all of the voters are eligible to vote.
Why is everyone eligible to vote if only a percentage has to pay sewer bills?
It's a good question. It's a good question. It's the law calls for every eligible voter is eligible to vote on this where there's an enterprise system.
Do you know what the section of the law is?
There are 2 lawyers up here, you would think.
It's chapter 44, and I'll get you the section number in a moment.
No, but I'm sure you.
53F and a half.
They weren't counted by anybody? Well, if somebody objects. Reminder for the latecomers, it is hard for me to see in the back corner, and if you can come up toward the front, it's much easier for me to count on the show of hands votes. We have a few chairs left. You're welcome to bring a lawn chair.
Michael, I'm not sure if Jim has completed on his.
You have more questions? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would like to move that the town commit to changing the system of voting on these sewer articles by a year from now, so that it can be more equitable. So that is my motion.
That motion would not be in order under this warrant article, but it's probably a good idea. I recommend that you bring it up at the next meeting.
At the next meeting of?
Or even before.
Next meeting of what?
Us. This.
Thank you.
Hi.
To my right.
Hi, Mark Hockler, 193 Maple Avenue. Maybe a question that might give some perspective for everyone is, what are the total receipts for sewer fees for the town to compare that to what the expenses are, out of curiosity?
Do you have any other questions?
That was the question.
The question. Can somebody explain the operating budget of the sewer system?
Oh, good. Well, my point is, for the question is, if the receipts are in line with the expenses, then it really should be a non-issue.
The receipts have to be in line with the expenses. What an enterprise fund is, it has to be self-supporting. So the receipts have to cover the cost of the operating budget every year. I can tell you that, so any of the surplus, so if the revenues come in higher than the operating budget, that surplus goes to retained earnings, which is very similar to free cash. And I can tell you that, that the total retained earnings is approximately 5.7 million.
Okay. No, because it seems that there's plenty to support this budget expense comes from the people that actually use the service, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you.
That's my point.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? We didn't get your name when you signed in, I'm sorry. Hopkins? Hockler.
Hockler.
Hockler, thank you very much. If there are no other changes or questions about the wastewater treatment plant operating budget, I'll ask for a show of hands vote.
So I have a quick question. Can you please just tell us numerically or dollar-wise what the difference is between last year's budget and this budget we're voting on, and what that will translate into in terms of the new sewer bill we will get?
Questions are the differences in the sewer bills due to the differences in the budgets between the last year and
And
this.
my name is Steve Donaldson. I'm 1 Cypress Street, Great Barrington.
What the difference in, what this would mean for difference in bills.
I'm speaking off the top of my head. Isn't it going to be another 16% increase?
I'm not sure.
Right. I lost him. So currently there was a rate increase this past fiscal year, and I believe, but can't speak, fully to that. The sewer commission would have to vote on another rate increase, and I don't believe they've met to do that yet.
Can I just add?
So I think the answer is we don't know. Mark?
The sewer commissioners will be convening on June 13th to discuss rate increases for the coming year.
So the point is, how much is this an increase over last year's budget? Is it a couple thousand? Is it a couple 100,000?
Did you get a budget handout of the budget details?
All it says is what you want us to approve this year, which is $2,658,000. So I don't know how that relates to any previous year.
Well, just to, I'm sorry to interrupt, but to make it more clear, on page 10 of the budget that was handed out,
Yeah,
those numbers are in there, and the budget is increasing by 10% over the prior year.
10%. Okay, so then you could reasonably expect that your sewer bill is going to go up by roughly 10% if we approve this.
Oh,
Yeah.
I agree your comment is reasonable, but obviously it's
Okay.
a separate decision-making.
I just think it's a financial issue. Everyone's got a stake in this in terms of how much money they're going to pay. They ought to know kind of, or at least have an idea before they vote.
It's not obviously, it's not easy to get to it, but that number is here, it's 10%.
Okay.
I agree with your
Can
comment.
I just make another comment? The percentage increase of the bills isn't always related to the operating budget. Typically, and again, the sewer commission would speak to this, that they're planning to, as they do the increases, it's to pay for capital projects. I believe there are several capital projects on the horizon that are very costly. So that's what the rate increase is for, so that retained earnings keeps increasing, and then they can use that to offset the cost of the capital expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have the results of the vote on Article. Let's do this one first and be done with it. Okay. Let's vote on Article 7 first and then get the results, if you can hold off just a second. Seeing no further questions or comments on the motion on Article 7, this is the wastewater treatment plant operating budget. All those in favor, please raise your cards. You can put your cards down. All those opposed? Motion carries at 7:30. The results of the vote on Article 5, I believe it is.
48 yes, 4 no.
57 yes, 10 no.
52 yes, 11 no.
33 yes, 10 no.
22 yes, 6 no.
45 yes, 4 no. 20 yes, 1 no.
It obviously passed by well over 2/3. We'll have an exact number as soon as Jen has done her magic with her counter. 271, 277 to 46. Okay. Moving on to Article number 8, borrowing authorization for the wastewater capital items, which has just been referred to. Is there a motion?
Voted that the sum of $405,300 is appropriated to pay the cost of undertaking various capital projects and acquiring capital equipment in the wastewater department as follows. 1. Acquiring a new primary clarifier at an approximate cost of $103,700, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7-1, or any other authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. 2. Acquiring a new pickup truck for the wastewater department at an approximate cost of $64,600, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the town authorized the use of $64,600 of retained earnings in the sewer enterprise fund. 3. Retaining engineering services at an approximate cost of $100,000, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7-1, or any other authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. 4. Acquiring a new high-pressure sewer cleaner at an approximate cost of $137,000, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7-1, or any other authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. The amounts authorized to be borrowed by this vote are necessarily estimates, and as such, the select board is authorized to borrow more for any project and less for another, so long as, in its judgment, each project to be funded in whole or in part by a borrowing can be completed within the total amount authorized to be expended by this vote.
Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. I'll go through these items one by one. If you have a question, comment, or proposed change, please come to the microphones and be ready. Item 1, a new primary clarifier for $100,000. Item 2, pickup truck for $65,000, roughly. Item 3, engineering services for $100,000. Item 4, high-pressure sewer cleaner, about $137,000. Seeing no changes or proposed amendments, this is a capital borrowing item and requires a secret ballot vote and a 2/3 majority. For this one, please use your purple ballots, and the tellers will be around to collect your purple ballots momentarily. While they're coming around for those, we are moving on to Article 9, the Regional School Assessment. Is there a motion?
Voted that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $18,462,204 for the operating assessment and $484,429 for the capital assessment, for a total assessment of $18,946,633 for the Berkshire Hills Regional School District.
Motion has been made and seconded. I believe there is a presentation from the school superintendent who is permitted to attend this meeting now that he no longer lives in Great Barrington.
Good evening and thank you. I'm Peter Dillon. I'm your superintendent. I'm going to speak briefly on this article, Article 9, and also on Article 10. When you think about Article 9, it's important to note that while we had a $514,235 increase, that was offset by $448,291 that we gave back to the town. So the total increase this year for our operating and capital budget was just $65,944, or 0.36%. In your packets, you have a green sheet that looks like this, not the fluorescent green sheet. And just take a look at it. I'll talk through it quickly. This year, we conducted 120,000 COVID-19 tests on students and staff. We kept schools open all year. We engaged students in meaningful work and learning. We had great success in post-secondary opportunities with kids, both college, career, and we have 2 students joining the Marines. We secured $4 million in competitive grants. We expanded mental health, vocational, and English as a second language programs. We made a big shift in our 9th grade, de-leveling it and shifting how we did assessments, and we're having some really good progress there, though we have a bit of a ways to go. We really expanded our opportunities for student voice in school decisions, and there's a 60-plus member student representative body that meets regularly with the principal, and a small group of students will be presenting their research at our next school committee meeting a week from Thursday. We've done a lot of work with on school safety with the GB Police, the State Police, and the Department of Justice, and we continue to partner with dozens of community organizations. So that's Article 9. Article 10 is to authorize borrowing to do a feasibility study for a high school project. And Great Barrington's share of that, it's listed in the warrant as $1.5 million, but Great Barrington's share would be $810,450. If you turn over the green sheet, I really want to talk to the second part that says next steps. So many of you remember we had a high school vote previously. For the last 10 years, we've been working very hard with the Massachusetts School Building Authority to get back in the pipeline. And this year we were invited into the eligibility period, which is a minor miracle. They accepted 17 projects and rejected 42 of those. The school committees voted to support the feasibility study, and the residents of Stockbridge and West Stockbridge did the same. What would happen next is the school committee will appoint a building committee and engage the community. We'd conduct a feasibility study and share a plan with costs, and that would all set up another vote. As many of you are aware, you're reading the local papers. We're also in ongoing conversations with the 5 towns south of us, which compose the Southern Berkshire Regional School District. And that Regional School District Planning Board voted recently 16-6 to look at additional opportunities and research to merge the 2 districts and create a shared high school on this campus. There's still lots of work to do. If you're interested, in a couple weeks, there are some web-based community meetings coming up, and you can see those at either 8town.org or rsdpb.org. 8towns.org is easier to remember. So I assume there'll be some questions. I'm happy to respond to them. But I think we're doing really good work in our schools in what are very challenging times, and the town's support has meant a lot for us to be able to do that. So thank you.
There will be 2 articles and 2 motions concerning the schools. The one that's on the floor right now is about the assessment for the operating budget, for the budget. Are there questions or comments on the motion that's before us right now? Peter was being very efficient and addressed both items at the same time. Right now we're dealing with the assessment.
Charles Wamson, 48 Blue Hill Road, Great Barrington. I brought this subject up every year, and here it goes again. I talk about school choice. Back at the end of the 60s, so we'll call it the 70s, the state, Boston, voted in school choice, and they set a dollar value. 50 plus years later, we're inching off that dollar value of $5,000 by a couple percent. So for every school choice, which is roughly every year, around 70 students come to this school. and they pay 5,000. Our students, it costs us 20,000. You take that 70 students and that 15,000, that's over $1 million, of which Great Barrington is paying 29% of the school budget, I believe. So that would be $300,000 off our budget. All I'm saying is, can't our town send a letter to the state, to the government, and say it's time, after 50 years, to update something that they did in the 70s? It's been too many years. We've been getting $5,000 for 70 students, and we're paying $20,000 for them. And the second article I wanted to bring up and just point it out, for over 50 years I've been coming to these meetings, and the norm here is the school budget goes up between 4 and 8%, of which 78% is salary. I don't know what the percent going to the teachers is, but I think we should start limiting it. This school budget is going out of control. Thank you.
Any other comments, discussion on the article, the motion for Article 9? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your cards. We put them down. All those opposed? Motion passes at 7:44. Article 10, borrowing authorization for the school district. Is there a motion?
Voted that the town hereby approves the $1,500,000 borrowing authorized by the Berkshire Hills Regional School District for the purpose of paying costs of the feasibility and schematic design study for the Monument Mountain Regional High School located at 600 Stockbridge Road, Great Barrington, Mass., including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, the study, for which the district may be eligible for a school construction grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA, said amount to be expended at the direction of the Berkshire Hills Regional School District School Building Committee, with the understanding that the MSBA's grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need as determined by the MSBA, and any study costs the district incurs in excess of any grant approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the district and its member municipalities. Provided further that any grant that the district may receive from MSBA for the study shall be as set forth in the feasibility study agreement that may be executed between the district and the MSBA.
Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion.
Mary Beth Merritt, 8 Forest Row, Great Barrington. I think I'm understanding this article correctly, but I do have two concerns. One is of the 850-something thousand that we'd be responsible for designing a school that A, we haven't approved, like that we want another school, and 2, that we're still considering being a regional school district, and therefore we don't really even know what building or campus we'd be using. So it seems kind of premature to be designing something that we're really not committed to yet.
Other comments on this item?
Sam Ernst, 74 Division Street, Van Duzenville. Peter, can you comment on the 6 programs that the vocational you mentioned in the paper that there are 6 programs that have been approved? Can you tell us what they are?
Is it okay
Peter?
that I respond?
Yes.
Okay.
Please respond.
Sure. So, one of the things we're doing, and I'll try to address maybe 3 concerns at the same time. The initial question of why are we doing a study when we haven't approved going forward? The way the MSBA or building authorities process works is you have to go through several phases to move forward. So before I can ask for approval, I have to have a concrete enough proposal to bring it to the voters. So that's the first piece. I think the second or implicit question is, as we're in conversations with 5 other communities about what size school we need to build, potentially, if we built a school today just for the students in our 3 towns and the ones that come in through tuition and choice, I would recommend something on the order of 550 students for our enrollment. If we built a school to accommodate students from the 5 towns to the south of us, I would recommend something in the range of 725 to 750. So part of the feasibility process will be to look at building a 550 student school and then maybe a 725, 750 student school. The vocational education question is something we're working really hard on. There's an obvious need for more people to work in the trades as well as opportunities to earn training in the trades. Right now we've got 2 Chapter 74 programs, which are the gold or platinum standard for the state. There are our automotive program and our horticulture program. We have several other programs that are sort of in between the two. One is an early childhood program where students get dual credit through BCC and often go on to early childhood work or teaching. So the hope would be to expand that to a Chapter 74 program. There's also interest in a program around health careers, and that could be anything from a pre-nursing program to setting people up to work in a number of technical roles or even medical school, and that's a need identified in Berkshire County by the Regional Employment Board. There's also continued interest in hospitality, whether it's culinary or different ways to support our visitors coming to our communities. So that's another one, and then likely one connected to small manufacturing. There's a lot of small businesses, or there are a lot of small businesses that are looking for employees, and that's an interesting one. And then yet to be determined, but something connected to home building, electricity, plumbing, a range of opportunities there. Thanks for asking.
Thanks, Peter. I just want to make a comment. I'm a parent in the district and have 3 kids that are not going to benefit because they will have graduated. I'm a teacher in the district, and I appreciate your all support for the budget. But I have a school that doesn't leak, so I work in the middle school. We're good. We have a high school here that, despite its decrepit nature, is also lacking in its vocational services. It is crucial. I work with special needs kids in the 7th and 8th grade at the middle school, and what they are begging for is services to earn a trade, to get ready for a trade, and they need these services in a new building. Please support this measure. Thank you.
Any other questions about the motion on Article 10? Seeing none, all those in favor of this authorization for the planning, raise your cards. Put your cards down. All those opposed? Motion carries at 750. Let's get the count now on the Article 8.
Five no, 55 yes.
45 yes, 5 no.
50 yes, 8 no.
50 yes, 8 no. Go ahead.
43 yes, 10 no.
43 yes, 10 no.
24 yes, 1 no.
24 yes, 1 no.
32 yes, 1 no.
32 yes, 1 no.
37 yes, 1 no.
37 yes, 1 no. Thanks to the miracle of my spreadsheet, I report that gets 2/3 vote. 286 yes, 31 no. Article 8 is carried. 7:52. Article 11, is there a motion?
Voted that the town raise and appropriate $250,000 to fund the fiscal year 2023 tuition and transportation costs for out-of-district vocational education in accordance with Chapter 74 of the Massachusetts General Laws.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there discussion? Question to my right.
Yep, hello, Amanda Hanlon-Hockler, 193 Maple Ave. Was I correct in hearing that there's $1.7 million in free cash that's unallocated as of this time?
That's not relevant to this motion.
Well, I'm asking because
That's the next motion.
Well, because I'm wondering if the $250,000 could come out of the free cash instead of voting to raise taxes for it.
Does somebody want to respond to that?
So yes, there is 1.7 million left. Excuse me. There was 6.4 million. Of that, we are using 4.7 million for this year's budget to offset the taxes. So we feel that 1.7 needs to be remaining for our reserves because you want to always have those reserves set aside for unforeseen expenses.
Is it typical that we use more than $1.7 million in reserves in a year?
You can't use it without a town meeting vote.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to take $250,000 from our $1.7 million in free cash to fund the vocational Article 11.
I'm going to rule that proposed amendment outside the scope of this warrant article, which called for raising this money by a different means and did not call for taking it out of free cash. Sharon?
Thank you. Sharon Gregory, 32 Hollenbeck. I just have a couple of questions about Article 11. First, could you break down how many students this represents and what the tuition versus transportation is? And second, do you think that if we have the 6 vocational programs potentially in the new high school, would it reduce the yearly kinds of special appropriations that we need to make to send kids to vocational schools far away?
So Sharon, I can speak to your first question. I'm hoping the superintendent can speak to the second. So the increase this year, as opposed to last year, is because we only had one student from Great Barrington that was attending a vocational school out of district. This year we have that student returning, and then we have 4 new additional students. The tuition is approximately $19,000 per student. So that makes up $94,000 of this $250,000. Because we now have more students, we know that we're going to have to seek alternate method for transportation of all 5 of these students. So we anticipate the cost of that to increase as well, and that is why we set aside and put this appropriation at $250,000.
Peter, would you like to respond to the second question?
Yeah, so this is a tough one because on the surface it seems like it's a school issue, but in fact it's a town issue. Because in Massachusetts students can choice in or go to other programs, if a student wants to go to an approved vocational program and they apply and get in, it's the sending town's obligation to cover the cost of transportation. I believe last year we set aside, or the town set aside money to cover the cost of transportation, and then in the context of COVID, the students didn't participate in it, or a few of them didn't participate, so we didn't have to pay for it. Earlier when I was talking about the approved Chapter 74 programs, if we end up having 6 approved Chapter 74 programs, the likelihood of a student tuitioning in to Taconic or Smith Vocational or McCann Tech goes way down because we're hosting the programs here and students will stay here. It's unfortunate because it's really quite a bit of money, and part of the reason I'm excited to build up our own programs is to make sure we really retain all our students.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions about this
Excuse me,
situation? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I forgot. Does that would our having 6 vocational programs also attract more students from other districts, so we would have incoming revenues?
Yes. So one of
The
the
short
reasons,
answer is yes, right?
the short, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions about this item? Seeing none, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Motion carries at 7:58. Now, for a few that might be quick, Article 12, free cash.
Voted that the town authorize the use of $4,100,000 in free cash to reduce the tax levy for fiscal year 2023.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there a discussion on this usual motion concerning free cash and the tax levy? Seeing none. All those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? I think I can accurately say it was unanimous. In any event, it passes at 7:59. Article 13, is there a motion?
Voted that the town authorize the payment of the prior fiscal year's invoices from the fiscal year 22 operating budgets of various town departments in the amount set forth below. Police Department, $861 to Berkshire Bike and Board. Fire Department, $253 to Granger. Department of Public Works, $698 to Cummins Sales and Service. Insurance, $386 to Berkshire Medical Center and $52 to All-in-One Health.
Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Questions or discussion concerning this item? Seeing none. Warning, this requires a 4/5 vote. A 4/5 vote is easy to count sometimes. I hope you get the point. I'll try to do this by hand. All those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? There is one opposed that I can see. This makes a 4/5 vote.
There was a couple over there.
Can't do that? Okay.
Mr. Moderator, this is a vote, unlike a 2/3 vote that a moderator is not allowed to declare under the law, where the vote was clearly successful by the required majority. I would recommend that you ask the voters to take another vote and that one voter who voted no abstain. Otherwise, we will have to count this.
Thank you for the advice. Let me try that one more time and see if you would like to come to the microphone.
Yes.
Usually discussion is not permitted after the voting has already begun. That is the usual rule. I was corrected by my lawyer. I'm going to try to call that vote one more time and request that rather than vote no, the objector abstain. That way I can declare a vote without having to go to a teller vote. Try one more time. All those in favor of the motion on Article 13, raise your cards. Put your cards down. Any opposed? Please raise your card. If that's the reason, please go to the microphone. I will bend the rules here in the interest of efficiency.
Thank you. I may not be fully informed as to these payments, but my question resolves
Your
around...
name and address, please.
Dr. Michael Monroe, 19 Hemlock Hill Road, Great Barrington.
Thank you.
A question first, please, if I may, to whoever can answer. Are these bills submitted late, and that's why they're coming for asking for payment now?
Do you have other questions? Could you please ask all of your questions at once?
Thank you for a moment to collect my thoughts. That is my one question.
Thank you. Can someone from the staff explain why these are here?
Sure. It's not always necessarily that they are late. It's by Mass General Law, you only have 2 weeks after the close of the fiscal year to get all invoices paid. So sometimes the invoices haven't come in from the vendor, the product hasn't arrived. It's something that was ordered and might not have come in. So it's not unusual. I think this is the third town meeting we've had in a row of having them annually. Most municipalities have to do the same.
So my thought was, as you heard me speak earlier, it's about debt matters, and it seems to me that people who cannot submit bills on a timely manner, then that ought to be upon them. Thank you for your time to speak.
You're welcome. I'm going to repeat that vote again and see if we can get through this without 10 minutes on a teller vote. All those in favor of the motion for Article 13, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any opposed? This time I see none. Thank you very much. The motion passes by a unanimous vote at 4 minutes after 8 o'clock. Article 14, is there a motion?
Voted that the town appropriate and authorize the transfer of $100,000 from free cash for deposit into the stabilization fund.
Motion has been made and seconded. Questions or discussion about the appropriation for the stabilization fund? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Motion passes at 8:04. Article 15, is there a motion?
Voted that the town appropriate and authorize the transfer of $100,000 from free cash for deposit into the capital stabilization fund.
Motion has been made and seconded. Questions or discussion on the deposit to the capital stabilization fund? Seeing none, all those in favor raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed raise your cards. Motion passes at 8:05. Article 16.
Voted that the town hereby rescinds amounts that have been authorized to be borrowed by vote of prior town meeting, but which are no longer needed for the purposes which they were initially approved, all as set forth in the warrant.
Questions or discussion about this item? Is there a second? Second. It has been seconded. Questions or discussion about this item? Seeing none, all those in favor raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Motion carries at 8:06. Article 17, Community Preservation Fund.
Voted that the town appropriate from the Community Preservation Fund annual revenues the following amounts recommended by the Community Preservation Committee for committee administrative expenses in FY23 and reserve for future appropriation for community preservation projects the following reserve amount with each item to be considered as a separate appropriation. Reserves. FY23 revenues for historic reserve, $55,000. FY23 revenues for community housing revenue, $55,000. FY23 revenues from open space reserve, $55,000. Also appropriations for FY23 revenues for administrative expenses, $20,000. And balance of FY23 revenues for FY23 budgeted reserve, $365,000.
Motion has been made and seconded. Chris, are you doing the presentation at this point?
Sure, I'd be happy to give a little bit of background on this article. This year, your Community Preservation Committee recommends town meeting voters approve a total of 3 CPA articles 17, 18, and 19. On this one, number 17, this is the annual quote-unquote bookkeeping article. This is a step that we recommend in order to ensure we comply with the state's Community Preservation Act law, which requires that towns either reserve or spend at least 10% of the annual estimated revenue, in this case for FY23 of $550,000, to each of the 3 CPA categories: housing, open space, and historic. This also includes an appropriation of $20,000 to the administrative account to pay for items such as legal costs, appraisals, or administrative support. And finally, this article would place the balance of the estimated revenues into a budgeted reserve so that the funds could be available at a special town meeting if one is called later this year. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Any other questions or discussion about this particular motion? The individual projects are coming up next.
Jim Stark, 1099 Main Street. I would like to propose a different funding, slightly different funding mechanism for the CPA, where $300,000 is exempt. The first $300,000 is exempt.
You're talking about, you'd like to amend the entire CPA program?
Yes.
That would not be relevant under this, not be permitted under this article.
Can you tell me what point I could do that, please?
At this meeting? I don't think any of the warrant articles on this meeting would permit a motion to do that. Any other questions or discussion about this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Motion carries at 8:08. Article 18.
Article 18, voted that the town appropriate from the Community Preservation Fund FY23 the fund balance for the following amounts recommended by the Community Preservation Committee, with each item to be considered a separate appropriation. Affordable housing. 1. Affordable Housing Trust, $200,000. Construct pre-development costs for the Eagle Cliff Apartments for $50,000. 3. CDCSB to pre-development costs for the Berkshire Cottages development, subtotal affordable housing, $600,000. Historic resources. Town engineering and design for the Castle Street pedestrian underpass, steps and shelter, $25,000. Allender Group for the historic repairs and restoration of 343 Main Street, subtotal historic resources, $275,000. Open space and recreation. Town for the vegetation assessment in Lake Mansfield. 7. Conservation Commission for the McAllister Wildlife Refuge Preservation Project, $35,000. Subtotal $42,000. Total $917,000.
Motion has been made and seconded. I take it that you intended your motion to be identical to the table that is in the warrant.
7,000.
That would be affirmative, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Motion has been made and seconded. Is there discussion on this item about the individual projects authorized by the Community Preservation Committee?
Jim Stark, 1099 Main Street. Item 5, Allender Group, historic repairs. This is a private developer, isn't it? And would this be the first time we are funding a private developer for private gain through this mechanism? And if it is this money going to be paid back with interest?
Since I didn't get a chance to go through them in order, let's do this one right now. The question concerns item number 5 on the list, whether this is unprecedented in dealing with a private developer.
Good evening. No, this is not unprecedented. The Community Preservation Act is intended to fund projects that provide a community benefit of some sort, either historic preservation, affordable housing, or some open space or recreation resource. In this case, regardless of whether it's a nonprofit or a for-profit developer, owner of the building, the community benefit that the town will see is a preserved historic building at 343 Main Street. The owner is a new owner. This is the building. It's the Berkshire Community College building. right next to Wheeler and Taylor, directly across from Town Hall. It was judged by the Historical Commission to be historically significant to the town. And these particular costs, this component of the developer's overall budget, will be directed solely to the historic preservation components of the project. It will be subject to a historic preservation restriction of 5 to 10 years, or if the building is demolished or something happens, the town would be paid back in that case.
I was going to go through these in order, which I will go back and do. Are there any other questions or comments or proposed changes on item number 5? Okay, seeing none, I'll go back to the top. Questions or comments on changes on item number 1? Seeing none, questions, comments, or changes on item number 2? Seeing none, questions, comments, or changes on item number 3?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, Doug Stevenson, 351 North Plain Road in Housatonic. I think, just a housekeeping matter, I think Ms. Smith must have just misspoke. I think she said $600,000. I think she meant to say $350,000.
I think she said 350.
I did say 350 with a total of 600 for the whole.
Okay, I heard 600,000, so.
But that's why I asked.
Honest, I can do that addition, Doug.
Please address
Thank
the
you.
moderator. Thank you. That's why I asked for clarification, though. Any other questions, comments on item number 3? Item number 4, pedestrian underpass. We've dealt with number 5, number 6,
Here,
vegetation assessment on Lake Mansfield. Yes.
Charles Williamson, 48 Blue Hill Road. The assessment on the vegetation in the Lake Mansfield, are you trying to get rid of the weeds? They've been there probably 1,000 years. I think it's wasted money if you're going after that issue. All the towns have weeds in their ponds.
Any comment on this one?
This project is proposed, so about every 10 years the town has done a similar assessment. We hire an ecologist to go and see exactly what types of weeds are growing where. It's certainly natural for vegetation to grow in the water. It's important to know what kind is growing and whether or not it's invasive and would take over the pond and make it impossible to fish or swim. So this assessment will determine what's growing where and how to manage it.
I say it's a waste of money. We've been doing this for years.
Seeing no further comments on item number 6, item number 7. Seeing no comments on that, I'll just take a motion, a vote now on the entire article. Requiring a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Motion carries at 8:15. Article 19, is there a motion?
That the sum of $500,000 be appropriated as authorized under Section 11 of the Community Preservation Act, Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44B, for a term of 15 years for improvements to Memorial Field, including the payment of all other costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, is authorized to borrow $500,000 under and pursuant to MGL, Chapter 44, subsection 7, bracket 1, and MGL, 44B, subsection 11, or any other authority to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore.
Motion has been made and seconded concerning borrowing for Memorial Field improvements. Is there questions or comment on this?
Craig Oakeston Lang, 48 South Street. I understand that Powerhouse Square developers are supposed to be paying for improvements, and I'm wondering for Memorial Field, and I'm wondering when those are going to happen. Is it part of this project?
Do you have any more to say, Craig?
Yes, I do. Second item is how do you do improvements on Memorial Field? I know the project very well. over 15 years when they're improvements. The monies that you're talking about sound more like maintenance. Can you describe some of these improvements?
Sure. First of all, the developers of the adjacent Powerhouse Square development, at one time, we were in a partnership where if they needed access through the field, they would do improvements to the field. They do not need access through that field. They will not do the improvements. That was the agreement. So the improvements include new dugouts, new accessibility, sidewalks into the field. Right now you have to walk down a set of stairs. So if you're playing or watching your kid or grandkid play and you can't get down those stairs, it's a little bit difficult. So there'll be accessible sidewalks into the field, totally new fencing, totally new backstops, and improvements to the infield itself. So all of that tallies up to $500,000 per our engineer's estimate.
My question is, how do you do these over 15 years? Why can't you just do it all at once?
The question...
That's not clear how you mentioned this, Karen.
The cost is to be paid. It's a bond. We'll borrow the bond, and that cost will be paid over 15 years. The work will be done all at once. Like any bond, it's paid over a period of time.
It's just the wording isn't clear. Okay.
Thank you.
Another question on Powerhouse Square. I watched all that construction, and yes, they did use the field for access. Yes, they cut down the dugout in day one, and it's never been repaired. We're playing on a baseball field that's got one dugout. Why can't you make them pay for that?
They did not cut down the dugout.
Who did that?
I don't know. It was not the developer is not responsible for that.
They had a construction lane right there. Well, okay.
The lane was not there.
Other questions or discussion on this item? Because this is borrowing money, this requires a 2/3 vote and a secret ballot. This time we're using what I'm going to call the orange, maybe you call them yellow. The next one up. Is it green? Okay, thank you. This one, orange and yellow one. The tellers will be coming around with the boxes to take that vote while we continue with the next few items.
Yellow, I would call it yellow. Marigold is good.
This is the orangish yellowish one. Is the one to use. Orangish yellowish one. I'm holding it up here. I say ish because I'm mildly colorblind and I can't always see those things. Article 20, is there a motion? Is there a motion on Article, hello, is there a motion on Article 20?
Yes. Yes, I.
Voted that the town transfer the care, custody, and control of the property at 426 Park Street, Housatonic, shown and identified as Assessor's Map 2, Parcel 29, to the Select Board for purposes of sale, transfer, or other disposition, and to authorize the Select Board to complete such sale, transfer, or other disposition on terms acceptable to the Select Board, and authorize the Select Board to execute all documents and take all actions necessary to complete such transfer and or other disposition.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to dispose of 426 Park Street. Are there questions or discussion? To my left?
Ellen Lahr, 208 Pine Street, Housatonic. What's the time frame for putting this out to bid, and what's the game plan if nobody buys this property? What kind of a time frame would there be for the town to tear this property down?
Mr. Rimbold?
That will be up to the Select Board to determine. Surely working with staff to look at the timeline to put it out through a request for proposal process.
Can we count on a relatively prompt process for this? That's a terrible eyesore of a building, and we don't need any more long drawn-out eyesore issues in Housatonic right now. Thank you.
We hear you, yes. We cannot give you a timeline. That'll be up to the Select Board.
Any other questions on this item? Seeing none, this requires a 2/3 vote because it is disposition of real estate. But my lawyer tells me that I can call this one by my eyeballs if it's clear. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Motion carries by a 2/3 vote. I see only at 8:22. Article 21.
Voted that the town authorize the select board to grant a permanent easement of approximately 1,650 square feet at 601 Stockbridge Road to the Massachusetts Electric Company, aka National Grid, in connection with the installation of manholes and associated infrastructure needed to access and maintain underground electrical cable on Route 7 corridor, as shown on the easement plan prepared for the Massachusetts Electric Company dated March 14, 2022, prepared by Collier's Engineering and Design, Albany, New York, a copy of which is on file with the town clerk.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to grant this easement to the power company. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, this calls for majority vote. All in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed? Motion carries at 8:23. Article 22. Oh, wait a minute. Is that it? Yes. Article 22 is the first of the zoning items. Is there a motion? Here we go.
Voted that the town amend section 9.1 floodplain overlay district and section 11.0 definitions of the zoning bylaws set forth in Article 22 of the warrant for this town meeting.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Would you like to explain the motion?
Yes, thank you. I'm
You
Malcolm,
are-
Malcolm Fick at 1 Maplewood Avenue in Great Barrington. If voted, this article will update sections 9.1 and section 11.0 of the zoning bylaw. This bylaw is proposed by the planning board in order to ensure the town's local zoning regulations reflect at least the minimum requirements of the National Flood Insurance Program, the NFIP, so that the community can continue to participate in the NFIP. The planning board utilized the Commonwealth's 2020 Model Floodplain Bylaws document as its model text. The planning board believes the proposal in this warrant contains the necessary and proper language for compliance with the NFIP and that it's relevant and applicable to Great Barrington. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none, because this is a zoning bylaw, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Put them down. All those opposed? Motion carries at 8:25. By a 2/3 vote. Indeed, I did not see any no votes. Article 23.
Voted that the town amend section 8.2.3, item 2 of the zoning bylaw as set forth in Article 23 of the warrant for this town meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Jonathan?
Yes, Jonathan Hankin, 43 West Plain Road. Article 23, amend the accessory dwelling unit regulations. This amendment will ensure that the zoning bylaw requirement regarding the size of accessory dwelling units, ADUs, utilize a measurement consistent with other portions of the zoning bylaw. Instead of the current method of measure being by gross square footage, the ADU will be measured instead by net usable square feet. The planning board recommends that the town meeting approve this. Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, as before, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Put them down. All those opposed? Thank you. Motion carries by a 2/3 vote at 8:27. Article 24. Is there a motion?
Voted that the town amend sections 4.2.1, 8.1.1 of the zoning bylaw as set forth in Article 24 of the warrant for this town meeting.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded concerning two-family residential use. May I explain it?
I will. This article is to
Name and
amend-
address, please.
My name is Pedro Pachano. I am at 5 Abbey Hill Drive. This article is to amend certain regulations relative to two-family residential use. The article is proposed in order to correct internal inconsistencies in the regulations governing two-family residential use, and to ensure that two-family residential use of a single lot in two separate principal structures is not overly restrictive. In 2014 and again in 2019, this town meeting amended the zoning regulation to reduce owners' requirements on two-family residential use of a single lot. However, those amendments inadvertently did not delete language which could be interpreted in a way that make it impossible to build two separate single-family structures on otherwise conforming lots. This proposal will address that issue in keeping with previous town meeting votes and furthering the town's goal of increasing housing opportunity. The Planning Board recommends that town meeting approve this proposal.
Any other questions or discussion on this motion? Seeing none, this also requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, raise your cards. Put them down. All those opposed. Motion passes by a 2/3 vote at 8:29. Do we have the result of that other vote yet? We don't. Okay. Since we don't have the result of that secret ballot yet, let us proceed to the main event that you all came here for tonight, or at least one of them. Article 25, is there a motion? Hello? Then let's do it. Okay, no motion is on the floor yet. We do have the vote count for that previous one, so let's wrap that up and be sure we get it done. This is reporting the vote for Article 19.
13 yes, 7 no.
20 yes,
13 yes, and 7 no. Okay,
20 yes, 10 no.
54 yes,
sorry,
9.
20 yes, 10 no. Go ahead.
54 yes, 9 no.
54 yes, 9 no.
34 yes, 15 no.
34 yes, 15 no.
44 yes, 10 no.
44 yes, 10 no.
37 yes, 10 no.
37 yes, 10 no.
23 yes, 9 no.
23 yes, 9 no. Motion passes by 2/3 at 225 to 70. Vote is declared at 8:30. Now, Article 25, is there a motion?
Voted that the town adopt a short-term rental bylaw as shown in the handout distributed at this town meeting and authorize the town clerk to sign chapter and section numbers for the bylaw within the town code.
Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. I believe Mr. Rembold is going to make a presentation.
Thank you. First of all, as the motion stated, the bylaw that we'll start with is the one that's printed on the handout for this town meeting. It's the bright green handout. So everybody should be looking at the bright green handout, not Article 25 that's in your warrant book. The reason being that there were several clerical errors and insertions recommended by town council to the article. A who should have been a whom. The word unit, for example, I think should have been inserted, or dwelling. So there are just some corrections. Those are shown in the green handout. So let's just all make sure we're dealing with that one as we start here. Article 25 is proposed by the Select Board to regulate short-term rentals in Great Barrington. It would regulate who can offer a short-term rental, how many short-term rentals can be offered by each owner, how many nights per year a short-term rental may be rented, and it would establish other requirements including registration and creates a process for inspections. Short-term rentals are defined as a rental that is 30 days or less. Now, we're not talking about stays in hotels or motels or registered bed and breakfasts. Those are exempt for the purposes of this regulation. If this bylaw passes as written, a short-term rental host would have to register their short-term rental with the town. You already must register with the state, Department of Revenue. You would also now have to register with the town. If you live on the premises while it is being rented, a portion of it is being rented, you may offer unlimited short-term rentals during the year. If you are not on premises, this would limit you to just 150 short-term rentals per year. You could still rent your home out for periods longer than 30 days. Those are not short-term rentals. In other words, a 31-day rental or a 2-month rental would not be impacted by these regulations or count to your 150-day limit. You can offer up to 2 bedrooms in your home or an entire second unit on your property. You can have only 1 short-term rental in Great Barrington. And the final point is that corporate owners, except LLCs that disclose all their members, cannot offer short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. I assume there will be discussion. The microphones are on both sides. If you'd like to address the issues raised by this motion, please go to the microphone and wait to be recognized.
Dave Long, 304 North Plain Road, Housatonic.
A little closer to the microphone, Dave.
Excuse me. I'm tall, it's short. I'd like to make a motion to amend the bylaw.
Can't hear you, David.
I'd like to make an amendment to a motion to amend the bylaw. And what I'd like to do is insert the words at the end of the first sentence of the second paragraph under regulations. At the end of that first sentence, it should say, as long as it is located within a residential district, period. Any property located within a business.
David, we can't hear you.
Hello.
Thank you.
I'm proposing that we insert the words, as long as it is located within a residential district, at any property located within a business or industrial district would require a special permit from the planning board. And that's...
You have a copy of the motion to give to us for the record. The proposed amendment, those of you who might not have been able to hear it, is to insert the words at the end of the first sentence of the second paragraph under regulations, quote, as long as it is located within a residential district, period, any property located within a business or industrial district would require a special permit from the planning board, period. Is there a second to this proposed amendment? This proposed amendment has been made and seconded.
Mr. Moderator, the amendment is proposing zoning concepts, and the bylaw that's proposed under this article is presented as a general bylaw, not a zoning bylaw, and therefore it has not gone through the Zoning Act process that's required to adopt a zoning bylaw. So in my opinion, this proposed amendment is not in order for this article, and even if it were approved, in my view, if the bylaw were then to pass, it would be disapproved by the Attorney General for the reason that it would constitute a zoning provision that had not been approved under the required procedures of state law.
I'm going to follow David's advice and rule that motion out of order.
Well, thanks.
To my left, I'm going to alternate back and forth between the microphones.
Claudia Lastly, 29 Benton Avenue. I moved here in 2003, so I've been a local resident and homeowner for almost 20 years. I'm a single mom and I raised my 2 kids here in this beautiful town. We live on the hill and I've seen the kids grow up and now with a new crop coming along. There are 2 rental properties on my street, one multifamily with long-term rentals that turn over from time to time, and the other is an Airbnb style short-term rental right next door to my own home. I see visiting children learning to ride their bike on our wonderful block with their parents hovering close by, telling me how this could never happen in a city where they reside. I see them come and go, enjoying their walk to town and return with their coffees in hand. They ask me about my gardens or my dogs, and it's always a delightful interaction. We who have drafted the citizens petition want to preserve the integrity of our magical town while also honoring our history of welcoming outsiders in to play or to stay. We also have safety and common sense guidelines in place. However, we do not want to restrict the hardworking homeowners who have invested money and sweat into creating an inviting rental and in turn create jobs for our local gig workers. They made a choice to invest in our town, and now the town wants to limit their options by restricting the amount of days and also to bring in an outside corporate outsider called Granicus, which essentially is spyware to turn neighbor against neighbor, creating further disharmony. I think you will see that we created a common sense bylaw for your consideration. We do not have a limit on days, but we do have terrific safety measures in place. We have a simple registration, similar to a dog license. We would have each homeowner attest to having smoke and CO detectors, a fire extinguisher in place, rather than a physical inspection. There are other great things in place which you can read for yourself on the warrant. I ask that you vote no on the town proposed bylaw and consider a yes vote for the citizens petition. I'd also like to make a motion to strike item C under the short-term rentals may be rented by right by a homeowner in all zones with the following exceptions.
That will not be relevant until Article 30 comes up.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
33 comes up. To my right.
Hello, I'm Billy Southern of 77 Grove Street. I moved here from New Orleans in November. I'm an attorney and a writer. I lived in New Orleans for 21 years.
Could you get a little closer to the microphone to be sure you hear it?
Sure.
Thank you.
My kids go to school here in Great Barrington. I bought a home here from a long-term resident, and I was attracted to the town because of its obvious virtues, including the neighborhoods where my kids now live. The reason I don't know much at all about Great Barrington, all of you know way more about Great Barrington than I might ever hope to, but I do know a bit about short-term rentals because of my experience living in New Orleans for 21 years. I was a homeowner renovator in New Orleans in a historic neighborhood that over the course of time became very popular with tourists and visitors. And I saw my block go from being almost all owner occupants to essentially being a sort of gutted sort of stage set of a neighborhood. The majority of the houses at one point were short-term rentals, and those of us who lived there had no idea who was going to be our neighbor day to day. Unlike Great Barrington, maybe people don't go to New Orleans on vacation to be their best selves. So maybe that's a little bit different here, but I suspect that the core idea that we live in neighborhoods where we want to have neighbors kind of remains the same, no matter where we are. At some point, there was a backlash against STRs in New Orleans, and the community really came together to oppose what actually it turned out was a kind of a corporate-driven effort to maintain deregulation of these of the short-term rentals in New Orleans. And what I want to attest to is that over the course of the time that the regulations that we fought for went into place, the STRs on my block in New Orleans became residences for full-time residents. So we went from having a block with neighbors to a block with STRs, and then after we had the regulations that were passed in New Orleans, they went back into commerce as residences. And my kids had neighbors, and I had someone next door I could get a cup of milk from. So again, that's just my experience with a very similar dynamic in New Orleans, and I would hope that Grove Street never becomes like Jackson Avenue did when there was no STR regulations. That's certainly not why I came to move to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Precisely 3 minutes, well rehearsed. To my left.
Hello, Sarah Dixon, 214 Pine Street. I do not offer short-term rentals at my house, but in the past, I've rented to Tanglewood teachers and musicians for stays longer than 31 days. In doing so, this income helped to renovate my house and to offset the expensive cost of living here in town. And it was especially helpful and allowed me to work part-time and raise my young child. I'm here today to ask the people of Great Barrington to vote no on the Select Board's short-term rental bylaw. My main reason for this is because it was created with minimal research and because, quite simply, I cannot vote for a bylaw that's going to raise my taxes and also lower my property value. Having restrictions put on what I can and cannot do with my property is unacceptable to me. I've worked hard and made sacrifices to be able to own my home, and I do not want to allow this town to take away any of my rights on how I can use it. I do have a couple questions for the board. Can anyone tell me how many homes are full-time short-term rentals and are not owner-occupied at all?
I'll collect your questions and then
And my
them
second
together.
question is, can anyone tell me how much revenue the town and local businesses will lose by taking some of these short-term rentals away? Those are my questions.
those are your questions.
They are.
Okay. Does anybody on the staff have an answer?
It's difficult to put precise numbers to your question, ma'am. There, as of our database extract from the Department of Revenue in April, there were a total of 216 short-term rentals registered in town. About 80 or 90% of those are listed as renting the entire home, so presumably the owner would not be there during that time. Whether or not it's a second home or a primary home, I can't tell you. In terms
If you have any revenue
In terms of revenue, it's also difficult to determine exactly what the revenues coming in are. Department of Revenue only recently started tracking revenue for short-term rentals as distinct from hotels and B&Bs. In fiscal year 21, it looked like the revenue coming into the town on that rooms tax for short-term rentals only was about $20,000 per month. That has fluctuated quite a bit as we've gone through waves of COVID, so it's difficult to understand where that will go. But that's what we saw in fiscal 21. Revenues for this year, fiscal 22, are not all in yet.
Okay. All right, and I just want
I
to make...
paused the clock while he answered. You've got 45 seconds left.
Thank you. I just want to, clarify that I did rent my entire home too when I lived there for 10 months out of the year. I just, I'm still not really hearing hard facts and hard numbers, and it just makes me think that this bylaw was drafted without enough research, and I recommend that more is done to truly come up with the right plan for us residents. And again, I ask you to please vote no.
Going over to this side.
Seth Keys, 22 Gilmore Avenue. For better or worse, ours is a tourist economy. As we address the issue of short-term rentals, wouldn't it be better if, instead of warning of potential stranger danger lurking in our neighborhoods, we start welcoming these people as the guests that they are? From the very beginning, this bylaw proposal, it seems to me, in all of its versions, has been little more than fear-mongering NIMBYism. Repeated requests for real data and facts to back up anecdotal assertions have been rebranded as obstructionist. Efforts towards ethical transparency and assistance to citizens groups trying to navigate the Byzantine bureaucracy of town government to create a citizens petition have now been twisted into the realm of conspiracy theorizing. Perhaps worst of all, issues have been forsaken and replaced by personal attacks and character assassination disguised as the moral high road. Friendships have been shattered. Neighbors are not trusting neighbors. Surely we're better than this. There was a time, not very long ago, but seemingly ancient history, when folks could agree to disagree without devolving into rancorous allegations, knowing that all parties were ultimately striving for the same goals, just disagreeing on the methodology to get there. We're long overdue to bring civility back to public discourse. Let's start now.
On my left,
Greetings. My name is Jennifer Clark. I live on Oak Street in Great Barrington. In beautiful, charming Ogunquit, Maine last fall, I was stung by a conversation with a shop owner who said the town's character had completely changed over the last 10 years. With cynicism and sadness, she said that many longtime homeowners had sold to businesses operating these homes for rental profit. The community of neighbors and neighborhoods had been completely degraded. The sales market for homes was on fire. I am here at this microphone because I believe that that fire could catch on here also. I am in agreement with the Select Board's proposal. I believe the town needs to place guardrails to protect and nurture its future growth. This Article 25 is just that. Look, I pledge allegiance to Great Barrington. I love my neighborhood, and everyone I know loves and contributes goodwill to theirs too. But we must be wary. Some people will capitalize and distort on this. A Great Barrington realtor said on the Berkshire Edge, now in 2022, people don't introduce themselves to their neighbors anymore. That's just the reality of it. You can live next to someone for 10 years and not know them at all, he said. I'm sorry, that is not the Great Barrington I experienced, nor what I would want for our future. I believe that this article correctly restricts short-term rentable days. Otherwise, the monetizing door is left open too widely to business interests. Witness one local realtor's website declaiming that, quote, "We're ready to help you turn your second home into a revenue-generating property." And many people are making a quick profit on the side. A chart then shows how a minimal investment of $63,000 will yield a return of over 24% annually. This Article 25 is a demonstration of our community telling its government what it wants and what it needs. Many residents realize that the fabric of our residential zones could change in a way that will ultimately hurt the town. In addition, I would ask the town tonight to clarify what the Granicus software app is going to actually achieve and probably to dispel what the rumor is about its intention. Can you do that, Mr. Moderator?
I can pass that question along, and thank you for your 3 minutes of comment.
You're welcome.
Mark, can you respond to the question?
Sure. We have not discussed compliance and enforcement at this point. So if and when a bylaw does pass and we know what that bylaw looks like, we will have that conversation with the select board. But I unfortunately can't tell you what platform we will use, if any, going forward. Not at this time, anyway.
Thank you. To my right.
Hello, my name is Christopher Hale, 16 Spruce Street. I'm here as a service industry employee, and I had a flowery emotional speech prepared about how deeply I love this town and how I'm concerned for the changes to the face of it, but I couldn't get under 7 minutes, so I'm going to approach this from a strictly money, capitalist perspective. I also want to say before I start that my public servant fiance and I were only able to purchase our house in Great Barrington because of our tenacious, talented real estate agent, whom I now consider a dear friend. I want to address and offer my support for Article 25 from a completely capitalist perspective as someone who runs a Main Street business day in, day out. Supply and demand. STRs are creating a demand that the supply of artists, cultural institutions, hospitality, museum docents, theaters, arts, restaurants cannot continue to provide the supply for. People come here to America's premier cultural resort, cultural destination, not for the end tables that the stagers picked out, but for the drinks, the shows, the arts, the investment in the community, the nature. That is the supply that you are creating the demand for. I do not begrudge anybody their money. I run a bar, maybe not the most noble profession. I do not begrudge anybody out there trying to make a dollar in these times. But I want to tell you about my friends, 5 service industry employees to a house, and thank God one of them's fathers let them rent that house so they can live in the town they love, work in the industries that they want to work in, and contribute to this community that is wonderful. I want to tell you about my friends who have to drive 30 minutes to a laundromat with $5 gas. We have 6 dispensaries in town and nowhere for people who are working class to do their laundry. It is a shame. I know I only have 3 minutes and I know I'm angry. Will this article create much needed housing? Probably not, but is it important? Firewall against the slow bleed of artists, line cooks, bud tenders, jazz musicians, the bartenders, everybody who makes the Berkshires great. I took the time to meet with both sides of the select board on this because I'm new in town as a homeowner and I wanted to understand what the issues were and what the problem was. Is it small town bickering? Because there's been a lot of that in the paper, and honestly I think on a lot of sides we need a lot more and better leadership to focus on the issues that are going on here. This devolved into some petty bickering. And I will say, I'm worried about leaving the STR issue to those who oppose Article 25, as they did not even take the time to spell check the articles, the papers that they gave us today. Different, D-I-F-F-E-R-E-N-T, also school funding. People take the time to invest in your communities. At least take the time to spell check the stuff that you're handing us. And I will make a defense of my industry. I read in the paper that STRs are fine because there's $20 burgers on Main Street. Well, I looked in every restaurant in town, and I eat at all of them, as you can well tell. And if you can find that $20 burger, I'll pay for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your precisely 3 minutes. To my left.
Jonathan Hankin, 43 West Plain Road. I understand this draft bylaw is well-intentioned. It is, however, deeply flawed. It creates a conflict with our zoning by limiting STRs to 2 bedrooms when our zoning allows up to 3 boarders. As written, completely against its stated purpose, it prohibits non-owner occupied dwellings from being rented for more than 150 days a year, potentially making illegal all year-round rentals in town. It tries to draw a distinction between corporations and LLCs, LLCs are corporations. It limits the number of STRs allowed to one, quote, except as provided above, unquote. There is nothing above that addresses this exception. In pursuing this draft, it was argued that it would keep out corporations with unlimited resources in order to protect residents and would-be residents of presumably more modest means. This is a sham. The bylaw prohibits renters, full-time members of our community with the most limited means, from renting out a spare bedroom in their residence for a week to help make the rent. This penalizes the less fortunate to protect the wealthy. If a lease allows a tenant to do short-term rentals, the town has no business interfering in this relationship. It also seeks to prohibit events at STRs that, quote, customarily require a license or a permit, end quote. Nowhere does it indicate where these licenses or permits are required in either the town code or zoning. During COVID, investors buying properties for short-term rentals, along with the huge influx we have seen of both second home buyers and people seeking to relocate here, have driven up real estate prices, making it nearly impossible for our workforce to find housing. This situation is very real. Unfortunately, this draft bylaw will have zero impact on it. Short-term rentals are furnished, so forget renting long-term to locals, and improved to a point that makes them unaffordable to our workforce if they were to come on the market. And this is the most important point. The new state building code scheduled for adoption in the coming months differentiates between uses for owner-occupied short-term rentals and non-owner-occupied short-term rentals. Owner-occupied required periodic inspections. Non-owner occupied are free to rent for 30 days or more. Short-term rentals of less than 30 days, however, are only allowed if the dwelling qualifies as a hotel, which means special permit from the select board, regular inspections, and it must meet hotel standards, sprinklers, fire-rated stair shafts, egress signage, etc. What this draft bylaw attempts to achieve, creating significant division in our community, unfortunately, will be done automatically by the state building code.
That's your 3 minutes, Jonathan.
I got one sentence left.
All right.
Let's wait for the new building code to kick into effect and see if short-term rentals need further regulation. Please vote no on both short-term rental articles, but do vote in favor of imposing a 3% impact fee. Thank you.
To my right.
Garfield Reed, 107 Castle Hill Avenue, Great Barrington. First, there's been 8 months of work on this bylaw, and it is a bylaw, general bylaw. I am here in favor of that bylaw. Let me just read something short that I have prepared. I think this is here to stop the growth of the short-term rentals and to try to preserve our neighborhoods. I think it's really important that that happens. We need, as the gentleman said, be able to go and see your neighbor, and if you wanted to borrow a glass of milk or sugar or whatever, it keeps that intact. And the people that are concerned about Granicus, if you live in this country and you are on your computer and you are looking at the wrong site, you will get a visit. You are being watched all the time. So don't think this Granicus is coming in and spying on you. It's only there to take account of what the short-term rentals are. Also, if I may say, put this mic down a little bit. Also, I just want to let you know also that 150 days will indeed allow people to make some money to help defer costs on things. So it's not like you're not having an opportunity to make some money. People aren't here to oppose you making money. You just want to try to level the playing field. Also, again, with the Granicus, people seem to think that they're being spied on. Again, if you are doing something online, you will be brought in. You will be paid a visit, as someone will want to know what you're doing, why you're doing it. Also, I just wanted to say that I believe this is definitely something that is needed in this town. I've lived here for 44 years. I've seen a lot of changes, some that I like, some that I don't, but I think this is definitely something that is needed to stem the tide of too many STRs in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. To my left.
Hello, my name is Annie Alquist. I live at 219 South Street in Housatonic, and I'm a homeowner in town, and I'm a real estate agent in town, and I also own 2 rental properties in town. So you might think I'm here to ask you to vote against this article, but in fact, well, the first thing I want to say is I think it's really important for me to say that I do have skin in this game, as you can see, and I also think it's I don't think it's very respectable that I've heard some other people speaking against this article who also have skin in this game, either because they're real estate agents or they have their businesses around short-term rentals and they didn't disclose that. So I want to tell you that I do have skin in this game. I'm a real estate agent and I have 2 rental properties that I rent long-term. And I've lived in town for about 17 years. I consider this my home now, but it's not my hometown. My hometown is a little town in Colorado, and it's a beautiful place. And now it's basically like a movie set. It's like a backdrop. My community isn't there anymore. My friends aren't there anymore. I can go there, you can go there, but I can't go to my community anymore. I can't go to my roots anymore because something like this didn't happen in time in my hometown. So my hometown community is no longer there. It's just a bunch of vacation rentals, and the culture, the character, the place that made me who I am isn't there anymore. And now this is my home, and I don't want to see that happen to my second home. You know, I'm 45, or maybe I'm 46. I don't know. I'm nervous, but I'm freaking old, you guys. But anyways, I definitely, I earn money from my rental properties, my long-term rental properties that I don't make as much money as I could off of because I don't think that short-term rentals are good for our community. We need to have people who can afford here, to live here, to work here. Because in my hometown, people drive 2 hours now. 2 hours through the mountains so that they can go and tend bar and clean hotel rooms, and that's not right. That's not community. People need to live where they want to work. People need workers to support their businesses. And yeah, okay, you want to have some vacation rental, great, fine. But if you want that to be your full-time business, be honest about it and run it like a hotel, the way it should be. But we can't do this in a way where we're going to lose our town. Anyways, that's all I got.
Thank you. To my right.
Barbara Motz, 22 Mahawi Street.
I'm sorry?
Barbara Motz, 22 Mahawi Street. And I just have to say I've been in my home for 28 years. I have wonderful neighbors. We get together for holidays. We sit over coffee together. I babysit for their kids sometimes. It's a wonderful mixed community, and it's not that we don't talk to each other for 10 years as neighbors. I'm speaking to support the short-term rental proposal being presented by the Select Board. We know that the STRs are a fast-rising phenomenon nationwide, and that Great Barrington is a prime location for their expansion. But there are aspects of this growing trend that have impacts beyond the confines of the individual STR properties. So ultimately, the issue of STR expansion has to be weighed in the context of the larger community. I believe that one overriding issue that should be fundamental to our discussion is that our entire community is strengthened when it is built upon a stable, permanent population, one that can provide a local base of employees who can afford to reside, patronize, and work in our community, of children to attend our schools, and one that can endure as a consistent and predictable social and economic base for our neighborhoods to grow upon. To me, community thrives on our connections. I think that became especially evident for me these past few years when we have been so restricted by the COVID pandemic. For me, community connections form the building blocks to creating continuity and stability for our town, and preserving stability can only benefit everyone. This is not a fleeting issue. There can't be a short-term fix. There are long-term ramifications that will affect neighbors on both sides of the issue in the long run. And I believe that some clear guidelines and regulations, some agreeable, some disagreeable to any group of us, may in fact protect and benefit all of us in the long run. Maintaining our growth as a stable, thriving, resilient community is an ongoing process, and I believe that in order to work, there has to be a balance in which all of us, as private citizens, or as business owners, or as anyone in between, that all of us observe the responsibilities, requirements, and limitations that are integral to our community's interdependence, interconnection, and health. This proposal offered by our Select Board offers what I see as a sensible and balanced standard of regulations which recognizes and accommodates this growing reality of short-term rental offerings while respecting its place within the greater community. The Select Board proposal attempts to balance out the divergent interests in all of us while preserving the vision we have worked so hard to create, the vision of who we are and what we want for the future of our town. A stable, vibrant community can only benefit the interests of us all. Please vote yes to support the Select Board's STR proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. We've been at this now for about 40 minutes, and we've had 5 pro and 5 con. Can I suggest that those who have something to say that hasn't been said, please come to the microphones. I see some people over on that microphone. To my left.
Hi there, I'm Chris Tucci. I live at 366 Park Street in Housatonic. I am a library trustee. I love Great Barrington, that's why I'm a library trustee. And I'm also the defensive coordinator for the Monument Mountain Spartan football team. So I love our community and I love the kids here. I'm here because I love Great Barrington. And we fell in love with this place, and we got really lucky when we came to town. We were looking for a place to live, and the person who owned their home said, you know, I want to rent to a community member, and a friend said you were looking for a place to live, so we're going to go ahead and give you a deal, and we're going to give it to you below market rate, and you're allowed to bring your dogs, you can bring your cats, and bring your kid and take him to school. We were really thankful for that. And then when he had to sell the place, he said, hey, I want to sell it to you because you live here. It's a multifamily home. Could you just make sure that this stays in the community? And we said, yeah, of course, that sounds great. And he sold it to us at market rate without a real estate agent or anything like that. So I apologize to the previous speaker for not using you. But we were so lucky, and we were able to rent to a local family at below market rate. And then because of the good graces of our amazing mother-in-law, who didn't pay me to say this, she invested in the house and was able to come in and move in full-time next to us. So we're here because people believed in community. We're here because people believe that neighborhoods deserve neighbors. And I want to speak quickly to an issue that has been brought up several times regarding Granicus. What Granicus does is it goes on the website to public information that's posted on public websites that you publicly list your property, and it looks at those because less than 10% of rentals are registered and pay their taxes. That's why we need it. In addition to that, it's good enough for the United States Department of Agriculture, the City of Louisville, the North Pacific Fishery Management, the Georgia Department of Natural Resources, Santa Barbara, California, Austin, Texas, Oakland, California, and Henderson, Nevada. The planning manager, Eddie Ditcher, said, we didn't even know 400 short-term rentals existed in Henderson until we saw the map on the host-compliant software. So why do we need it? Like said before, 89% are entire home rentals, and we need those back in long-term rental availabilities so that neighborhoods can have neighbors.
To my right.
Anybody?
What did you do, Steve?
I had more to say than that. Well, much of what I planned to say has been said, but I think that my opinion of this bylaw is that it seems to be a very balanced okay. It seemed, and by the way, I'm Steve McAllister, 3 Warrant Avenue. It seemed to me to be a balanced approach. Is it a perfect bylaw? No, it isn't. On the other hand, we have a zoning bylaw that has taken 90 years to get where it is, and we have to begin somewhere. And I'm in full agreement with those who have spoken about community, because it seems to me it could happen rapidly, that this town could be hollowed out into seasonal short-term rentals and leave a lot of neighborhoods with big holes in them. We began to see that happening in the Grove Street area for a short time, and fortunately that house went back to private ownership. But there was real concern about another house that has since been acquired by Habitat for Humanity, that we would see the same thing there. So I want to urge people to see the plain sense of it, that it still allows a full-time homeowner to rent a couple of rooms, to rent an accessory dwelling unit, and to be able to realize income off of that that's pretty good. Does it maximize income to the town? No, but there are a lot of things we could do that would maximize income to the town. We could open a PCB dump in town and really maximize from that. So we have to make choices that are balanced about what is really in the town's long-term interest and what, on the other hand, protects individual property rights and the use of property. And no one is completely exempt from that. We have a zoning bylaw. And yet, we have to recognize, too, that people need to be able to use their property. And I think that this bylaw does a very good job of doing that. If the details aren't perfect, they can be worked out. If the building code changes, we can adapt to that. But this is what we have to deal with here and now. And I want to urge people to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm told we are having an audio problem in the back. My talking about this isn't going to solve it necessarily, but a reminder, if you can hear this, that the audio is available on your car radio at 91.5. You don't need 90.5, so you don't need to rely upon these speakers up here, which I understand are being interfered with by the generator behind the truck. 90.5 on your radio, and you should be able to hear it back there. To my left.
Hi, Tracy Thornton, 2 Parley Street in Great Barrington, and I own 2 properties in town. I've been in town for 12 years. I'm a teacher in the community, raised a family here. During COVID, when my husband lost his job, we had to leave our home and turn it into short-term rental property in order to cover the bills. We were fortunate that we had another smaller house in the middle of renovations that we were able to move into in order to do that. So this bill really limits my ability to support my family living in this community. It is not an easy place to be a middle-class person. There are not a lot of jobs available in which you can support a family. So having this rental property allows me to do that. Sometimes I rent it long-term for a year. Sometimes I rent it short-term over the summer. It really depends on what the need of my family is in that moment and what the market is. Currently, this bylaw, which I hope you'll vote no on, would not allow me to rent my rental property and also then rent my primary home in the summer or those kinds of things. So again, that is a way that as a teacher I supplement my income as I move out of my home so that tourists can come and live in it during the summer. So this bill specifically says you can have only one short-term rental property. So for that reason, I would ask that you vote no on it and consider instead the citizens petition. Additionally, I want to mention that a lot of people have talked about corporations coming into town and buying up properties. The citizens proposal also states that corporations, not private LLCs like partnerships where actual people own the home, like myself, an actual community member, but corporations would not be able to buy up property and start short-term rental businesses. So we should be really clear that it's not about corporations buying up our homes and our communities. And just one last thing I wanted to say about my one rental property, which I sometimes do rent short-term. It's a neighborhood in which I raised my family in. I know all of my neighbors, and they very much come to me and say, oh, we really enjoyed your renters. They had children on the street. And I have many, many times had renters in my house who then later decided to join the community, to move to the area, to buy a second home, or to move up permanently. So I think that's also something else we should consider. So again, I encourage you to vote no.
Thank you. To my right?
Adrian Alcala, 139 Alfred Road. I'm speaking in favor of this article. Nothing is perfect. Some people will be losers and some people will be winners. I have a question, I guess for moderator. It is my understanding that LLCs can have partners who are corporations in general, but that the bylaw being proposed now limits LLC ownership of short-term rentals to those who have natural persons as partners. Do I understand that correctly?
I think you understand the writing of the warrant article, the motion correctly. Although I do have a law degree, this is an area I don't know, and it's not my job to represent, to give you legal advice about that. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm just going to give my opinions. That's all I can give. First of all, rights, your personal property rights will be restricted. They are restricted now. Your neighbor cannot build a 20-story skyscraper on the lot next to you, however feasible that might be in terms of engineering. That's why we have zoning. Your personal property rights do get curtailed for the benefit of the community as a whole. Next. There is a limit of one short-term rental per person. In my opinion, I understand that there may be some exceptional circumstances, but if you're going to be renting multiple buildings, I think that's a business. That's not your home. Your home is where you live. And to me, if you're away from it for 5 months of the year, I guess that's your home. But complaining that you can't rent your own home out for more than 150 days doesn't, resonate with me as a person who lives in my home, 50 weeks out of the year. Last, I know I saw some things, I heard some things about something called Granicus. Mr. Moderator, can you tell me where in the bylaw it talks about Granicus? Because I can't see it.
You made your point?
Okay. So I think one of the purposes of the bylaws is to make sure that those who want to run a business of short-term rentals make a business. It's called a motel or a hotel. Thank you. Bye.
This is the point in the meeting where I remind you that we decide matters by how many votes, not how many speeches. But I see somebody else is eager to speak on my left.
Yes, I am. I'm Mimi Hassett from 204 Pleasant Street in Housatonic. And what I'd like to do, Mr. Moderator, is make a request that the voting for Article 25 be a secret ballot to enable a more accurate count due to the darkness that's here, and also would enable some documentation if we need to do a recount. And I have it in writing.
You've made a motion that we take this vote by secret ballot?
By secret ballot.
Is there a second to that subsidiary motion?
Second.
Incidental motion. This is determined by majority vote. I'm going to do this by show of hands if I can. What we're voting on right now is whether we vote on the main motion by secret ballot. If you want a secret ballot on the main motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Put them down. If you do not want to vote by secret ballot, raise your cards. Motion carries. When we get to voting on this, finally, it will be by secret ballot. Does anybody else wish to speak on the merits here? To my right?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me? I'm Kristen Grippo, 30 Pine Street, which I've lived for a decade. My husband... Whoa. Hello? My husband grew up in Stockbridge and has lived in southern Berkshire County for most of his life. Like I said, I've been here a decade. I'm an educator who's worked for years with children and families in this community and the mother of a 2.5-year-old son. I'm here because we are one of many real families being pushed out of Great Barrington. You may not have heard our voices because most of us are working late hours, raising our children, and doing what we can to pay our rapidly increasing rents. I am a person even though I don't own property. I'm here and I'm a person. I'm your neighbor. I understand that this proposed amendment will not solve the greater housing crisis that is plaguing our town. What voting yes will do is signify where we want to head as a community. It will ensure that we recognize and know our neighbors, rather than continue on this truly palpable path of erosion that comes from having rotating guests who are not invested in who we are. Unfortunately, I've not had the same experience of friendly neighbors. Over the past few years, as I sit on my front porch, I've noticed fewer and fewer people looking up to wave and say hello. Now, maybe that's just a symptom of a distracted society, but it sure does feel like it's mostly just weekenders who are not remotely interested in making a connection with me. At the same time, I've noticed friends and loved ones having a harder and harder time finding or keeping their homes. I personally know at least 6 families or individuals who've had to move out of GB in the past year. I have a friend today who wanted to come, who had to move to, she's a retail business on Main Street. She commutes 50 minutes both ways to come work in Great Barrington, to sell really expensive clothes to people from the city. We might need those weekenders' dollars, but we also need real residents to keep the town spirit alive. I believe in being a good neighbor. I am not here to disparage landlords or homeowners who of course deserve a return on their investment or who may be struggling to pay their bills and retire comfortably. I understand. I just want one home. I just want one. This amendment will not take those opportunities away. It will protect us from the insidious greed that brings out-of-town investors and LLCs to cash in our best little small town and give real families a chance to make a life for themselves here. It's great that the kids from the city get to ride their bikes. What about my son who was born here? What about his father who was born here? What about us? I hope it's not too late for us to be able to continue to raise our son in the town, in this town, or the many others who are in the same boat. Please remember that we are all in this together, and the charming, close-knit feeling that you grew up with or that brought you here either decades ago or more recently might be gone sooner than you think. Please vote yes on 25. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there are some people who have appeared at the left.
Hi everyone, Sasha Zelanovic, 62 Stockbridge Road. So it's no surprise that there's been a lot of contention and unanswered questions presented tonight. So therefore I move to take no action on this matter for Article 25, and in an attempt to bring the town together and to carve out something we can all agree to, I move that this be referred to a committee for further research and discussion to bring it back to our 2023 annual town meeting.
You have the motion in writing? It is, believe it or not, in order to take action like this on a motion like this. Is there a second to that motion to refer to a committee? Does your motion specify what committee is to refer to and how the committee is to be chosen? It does not. It really needs to be specific about how we choose the committee and what committee it's referred to before I can accept the motion. You've got 2 more speakers to go. Give it a try. On my right,
Sharon Gregory, Hollenbeck Avenue, former finance chair for Great Barrington. Does this help?
real close to the mic.
Is this okay now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know what you were, a former finance chair, 40 years in the Berkshires. Please vote yes on Article 25. At least it will create a moratorium on STRs. Here's the game changer. Airbnb has given hosts a centralized electronic marketing, booking, and payment system that has no upfront costs, a slick calendar of available dates, enables hosts to book rentals every day of the week, like hotels or mini hotels. The number of Airbnb, sorry, I can't see. The number of Airbnb listings can change literally overnight. I find no comfort in the low numbers that opponents soft pedal. There's a big incentive for businesses to convert homes to rentable houses. In researching STRs, every state in the nation has towns and cities with STR regulations, even Alaska. Google it. Here's an example in Massachusetts. Provincetown's population is 3,000, but it has over 1,000 STR listings. When considering a short summer season, it's more than 35%, closer to 70%. Comparing our population at 35%, we'd have 3,000 STRs. In corporate marketing language, it's called Great Barrington's market potential. That's what we could have with unregistered STRs. Unbelievable? We have regulatory bylaws that have created a very livable town and made Great Barrington among the best small towns in America since 2013. Attractive Great Barrington is an important market for Airbnb Inc. As reported by The Ethical Consumer, a publication, they are using local lobbying clubs to facilitate favorable STR campaigns against local regulations. Does that sound familiar? Their CEO is worth $13 billion and wants to make sure the market share continues to grow. As reported by Berkshire Eagle, his company emailed all Great Barrington Airbnb hosts to have them oppose Article 25. He'll make more money for sure. Sorry. Can't turn my page. In trade, he'll take our neighborhoods and communities. Ever heard of that deal before? And about Provincetown, its population trend is a negative 4%. It's losing full-time residents. Hundreds of volunteers, like myself, have spent years shaping this town to make it more livable, not to make it a money machine. By not passing 25, we're keeping the barn door open. We're inviting non-residents to buy up more of our housing stock. Realtors will verify that investor bidders, who will outbid most residents, are waiting for our vote tonight.
Thank you, Sharon. That's 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, can I just, one line, please choose residential values over business profiteering and vote yes. Thank you.
Available. And a lot of people are saying, you're taking away my rights. You know, I can't, you know, I'm leasing short-term rental. You're taking away my rights. First of all, as an example of how some people obtain their rights. The Guthrie Center at the meeting a couple weeks ago asked for a 5-hour liquor license. It got approved by the board. I'd like to know how many short-term rental owners have asked the town for a special permit to operate a short-term rental in a residential neighborhood. And I'd say the number's probably pretty low, if any. I don't know. Secondly, I have to comment somewhat on Article 33, the public petition, because right up front it asks for an STR overlay of the entire Great Barrington community, every parcel. That means if you own a parcel, you can run an STL. That's just kind of outrageous ask to begin with, and I would vote against that. But I'm in support of this particular amendment because it does better than what we've been doing, which is we haven't been tracking them. We haven't been making people pay attention to it. The monetization of your home, the monetization of your car, it's all happening, and it's going to continue happening unless people put a stop to it. I have nothing against Airbnb. I've used it before. But I also know that this has been a very messy process. It's been very disturbing. There was a 5-week hangover to discuss the SDR issue because of an anonymous letter that made certain claims of conflicts of interest, all of which were untrue, and it still took them 5 weeks to figure that out. So it's kind of been a nasty process. I just hope that 25 will at least put perspective into this community.
Thank you very much. There's nobody at the right microphone. Anybody left at the left microphone?
I was just going to call the question, so I guess we'll just do that.
That requires a 2/3 vote, by the way. Is there a second for the motion to call the question? Has been seconded. I'm going to try to do this by eyeball. Question has been called. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of moving right now to take the secret ballot vote, raise your cards. Right now we are voting on whether to end debate and take a vote. Motion has been made to call the question. The motion made previously was withdrawn because it was not ready. The motion to call the question supersedes it. If it succeeds, we'll go on to the vote. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Thank you very much. The motion to call the question has passed. Hold on just a second. We are using the pink ballot. By the way, to make it clear, the motion that was submitted before to refer to a committee did not specify the committee. As corrected, it essentially said referred to the select board, and I think that the vote on the merits of this is going to be equivalent. The tellers are circulating to take your votes. The vote is by secret ballot on the motion for the bylaw in Article 25. Pink, the pink ballot. It should be the next one up. The pink ballot is what's being used. And now one reason for calling for a secret ballot is it gives us a minute or two to finish off a couple of quick things while we wait for the vote. On Article 26, is there a motion? Voted.
that the town amend Article 3 of Section 153 of the Town Code, Common Driveways, as set forth in Article 26 of the warrant for this town meeting.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Is there an explanation of what this is about? Mr. Renbold.
Sure, I'd be happy to explain this. Common driveways are regulated in the town code. This amendment is proposed in order to foster good design and safe construction of those driveways and the efficient use of land. The amendments will ensure that common driveway regulations set clear standards of construction, do not conflict with the town zoning regulations. The existing standards for common driveways are no different than those of a regular residential driveway, despite the fact that common driveways often are longer and serve more homes and are used by more vehicles. Also, existing common driveway regulations limit the number of units to just 3 units, which is less than what the zoning bylaw actually allows to be built.
Are there any questions about this item?
Yes.
We are still doing business, by the way. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor of this bylaw. There is a question? I'm sorry. There is a question.
About the common bylaws, driveways?
On the common driveways bylaw, yes. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Thank you. Efra David from 10 Uphill Road, Great Barrington. I have a question about the common driveway as it's written. It has a setback of 25 feet. I don't see whether that's been amended or not.
Is there an answer to that? Please don't abandon ship, people. You all want to know what the result is, and besides, we need to keep our quorum. Is there an answer to the question about the 25-foot setback?
I'm trying. I'm just glazing over.
This seems to be hard to find.
Somebody not cross the T's and dots.
While we look for that, are there any other questions or comments on this proposed?
Are there any other unaccountable changes?
Can you clarify your question? Maybe that'll help.
It's not clear whether the original bylaw is existing there, and all the lines are marked that are being corrected. So it's not always so clear what are the changes.
Your concern is a defect in the warrant.
Yes.
That you can't read the warrant.
No, there are some lines from the original that are not in the current, and it's not shows as being corrected.
I think we are beginning to understand that the item showing the changes doesn't reflect all of the existing regulations.
Yes. The existing regulations in capital letter E indicates that common driveways must observe a 25-foot setback from the side line. That particular provision is not shown as struck through, Mr. Moderator.
Should it be?
It is not in the warrant. No, it should not be struck.
Okay.
It is not in the warrant one or the other, but it is not proposed to be struck.
So if we vote yes, the bylaw will take the form that's in the warrant, or will it still include parts of the existing bylaw that are not in the warrant? That may be the effective question.
153.19E.
Set forth in Article 26.
We're not proposing to change
Council has a view on this.
Mr. Moderator, to the extent that the language is not proposed to be changed, and the meeting has now recognized that there was text not printed, but that's not proposed to be changed, it's my view that if we take the vote, we will not be changing that language, so that that 25-foot language will remain.
Would remain. So the language in the existing bylaw that did not make it into the warrant would remain if we adopted this bylaw. Any further discussion? This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Motion carries at 9:43. Courage. Article 27, Civil Service Exemption for the Police Department. Motion, is there a motion?
Voted that the town authorize the select board to petition the general court for special legislation entitled an act providing that future members of the police department of the town of Great Barrington shall be exempt from the provisions of the Commonwealth Civil Service Law, MGL Chapter 31, copy of which is on file with the town clerk, and substantially in the form thereof, provided that the general court may reasonably vary the form and substance of the requested legislation within the scope of the public objectives of the petition.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. I believe the Chief Storty and Town Manager wanted to make a presentation about this.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If this article passes tonight and is approved by the legislature, it would eliminate the need to hire new officers through what I would call a dated and cumbersome process. It would streamline the hiring process for us. It would also allow us to fill vacancies on the police department as needed, when needed. I also would like to mention that we are fortunate to have the support of the police union on this article. So I would at this time ask that Chief Storty.
Yes, I just want to thank everybody for coming out and sticking out here tonight. I know it's been a long night, but I am asking for your support to remove the police department from the civil service system. It was established, I think, in 1932. It served its purpose for many, many years. However, recently, it's really become cumbersome for the police department to hire and to promote new officers. So I remember when I first started years ago, I think there was approximately seven departments in Berkshire County that were part of the civil service system. Currently, there's only Great Barrington and Pittsfield that are left in it. And for the last couple of years, it's really, really made it very difficult for me to hire officers. So I'm asking for your support to get us to vote the police department out of civil service. I've worked really hard with the police association, the members of the department, to establish a policy for both hiring and the promotional process. With their support, we hope to move forward with this. Thank you.
Are there any questions or discussion about this item? To my left, yes.
Hi, Erica Milkey, 360 Park Street in Hoosey. I was just curious, there was a lot of discussion about this issue in Pittsfield, and when I was a member of the I'm still a member of the NAACP there, but the executive committee was weighing the pros and cons of this, and one of the reasons, my understanding is that they instituted the civil service rules was to make there be a process that was a little more objective, so it wasn't just relatives hiring relatives and cronyism. And I'm just wondering if the standards that you've worked on have taken that into account.
Great question, Eric. Yes,
go ahead. Yes.
We have. We've considered all of that, and we basically took the good part of civil service with a promotional exam based on scores. So it does take the subjectivity out of it and implement it into a policy. So we're not driven by the civil service system, which offers a promotional exam approximately every 2 years. So what we've been experiencing recently is we exhaust our list. Our list is established by people who take the exam, who want to work for Great Barrington. So we exhaust it, so we don't have anybody to even choose from. And then we have to wait for the next list to be established. Or also we've run into the problem where we get a list, and we might get somebody who wants to work for us, but they're from out east, and they're just looking for a job. They're looking for the training, the certification, and as soon as they complete that, and we invest all that time and energy, they end up going back to their hometown. Will end up hiring them. So it's not a lot of return on our investment. So I think with this new process, and again, having a solid policy and procedure in place, that we can get people that are going to stay, and we're going to the people that are going to fit into our community that we want to hire.
Seeing no one at the microphones, I'll call for a vote on this. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Motion passes at 9:49. Article 28, is there a motion?
Voted that the town increase the maximum qualifying gross receipts that seniors, persons 65 or older, may have in the prior calendar year to be eligible to defer property taxes under GL Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 4A to $40,000, and further to change the rate of interest that accrues on property tax deferred by eligible seniors under General Law Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41A from 8% to 5%, with such rate to apply to taxes assessed for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1st, 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there an explanation for this from somebody?
Okay.
Vivian, I assume from you?
Yeah, I'll give it a try. Good evening.
Name and address, please.
Oh.
And speak into the microphone precisely.
Yes. Vivian Orlowski, Lakeview Road, Great Barrington. And did you know that senior tax deferral existed previously to when it came up tonight? I didn't until I saw a Boston Globe article headlined, "If you're over 65, this is the best kept secret in Massachusetts." It showed how senior tax deferral programs in other towns enable senior residents to remain in their homes and keep neighborhoods and property values stable without raising taxes for anyone. No tax increases. Many seniors said that they'd rather not apply for tax deferral, but they're glad to know that it's there in case they need it. And this is a safety net to seniors in case of unexpected expenses when people are on fixed incomes and they're facing illness or death in the family, divorce, job loss, bankruptcy, major repairs, and other crises. We all face them. Research by Boston College, their Center for Retirement Research, showed that more than 100 towns in Massachusetts have voted to update their state law, the state law for their senior citizens. So here's a quick summary of 6 key facts. The town earns interest on seniors' deferred tax payments, and there is no cost to taxpayers. Seniors who apply must provide the town with secure collateral to ensure payment. Massachusetts state law already offers a senior tax deferral program. The problem is that law dates back to the 1970s when they set maximum qualifying yearly income at $20,000 and the interest rate at 8%. Since then, many Massachusetts towns have raised the qualifying income level, many to $40,000, like we're asked to do tonight, and some as high as $90,000. And they've reduced interest rates, many to 4%, and a few as low as 0 to 2%. Another fact, our select board has already approved updates, and as Chair Steve Bannon has just read, it would be $40,000 annual income as maximum to qualify, and 5% annual interest when payments are made. So it's up to us at town meeting to make the final decision. Along with the select board, 4 other Great Barrington committees reviewed and approved senior tax deferral. The Council on Aging, the Finance Committee, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board, and the Select Board and Planning Board Housing Subcommittee. The Berkshire Eagle wrote a supportive editorial summing it up by saying regional growth shouldn't leave anyone behind. The sixth
And in conclusion?
The sixth fact, senior tax deferral program amendments voted now will serve as a one-year trial period because each year the select board gets to review qualifying income and interest rate levels and can make changes as needed.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Further discussion on this item?
My last,
I see two people over there.
my last point is that this will benefit the community as well as seniors.
Hi, I'm Carol Deal. I live at 224 Grove Street in Housatonic, and this is of great interest to me. I'm not sure everyone understands, but what it would mean is that people under a certain income, which is $40,000 a year, who are over a certain age, would be able to defer their taxes until either they passed away or the house changed hands, at an interest rate that would benefit the community. So if you want to do something that doesn't cost more in taxes, but would keep housing affordable, keep neighborhoods stable, this is what to vote for.
Thank you. And finally, Garfield.
Yes, Garfield Reed, 107 Castle Hill Avenue, Great Barrington, Mass. I think this is a service that is well needed. I am a senior as well. I may not use the service, but it's nice to have it on the books. I think this should be definitely considered for the folks that have lived here and made this town what it is, have paid their taxes for years and years and years. Now they're just asking possibly for a little help so they can stay and age in their homes and live in their communities. I think we should support this.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Motion passes at 9:55. We have the vote now for Article 25. Would the tellers read off their votes, their totals?
30 yes, 30 no.
30 yes, 30 no,
60 yes, 10 no.
60 yes, 10 no,
19 yes, 19 no.
19 yes, 19 no,
38 yes, 18 no.
38 yes, 18 no,
60 yes, 34 no.
60 yes, 34 no. Okay. I'm double checking to be sure that my computer agrees with Jen's arithmetic. The motion passes 207 to 111. Now, bear in mind we have a few more items tonight. Please do not drive out. We've got a
Could I
handful
make a
of
motion
go.
to move up consideration on Article 33 to now so that we don't lose the quorum with respect to the short-term rental issue?
That motion requires a majority. Is there a second to that motion? Motion has been made and seconded to take a discussion right now on Article 33. That's debatable. Anybody want to debate the motion? Seeing nobody. Somebody real quickly wants to debate the motion?
I just have a point of order in terms of if we are to vote, if both pass, do we know what happens then?
No. In a word.
Okay.
All those in favor of taking up Article 33 right now out of order, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Let's move to Article 33. Is there a motion for Article 33? If there is no motion, we will just go back to where we were. We will pass over Article 30. Well, wait a minute. Okay, there might be a motion real soon. Let me hear the motion.
Okay, Claudia Lastly, 29 Benton Avenue. I motion to strike item C
No,
under.
you need to make the main motion first, and then you want to change
I
something.
make the
else.
first motion. Yes.
You may need, as I said earlier today, you need to make a principal motion.
Can you say? I make the principal motion to move the citizens petition for a vote.
To move the citizens petition for a vote.
Is that right?
I'll accept that.
Thank you.
Is there a second? If there is a motion that we adopt the text in the warrant for Article 33, the so-called citizens petition. We've been discussing this general issue for a very long time. However, it's a new motion, so if you'd like to explain the motion, go ahead.
I just have one, well, we talked about it before. And first I'd like to make an edit amendment to the proposal to strike item C under the short-term rentals may be rented by right by a homeowner in all zones with the following exceptions. And you have that document.
I do, in fact, have that document. In the interest of saving time, your principal motion is to adopt the language that's in the warrant minus item C.
That's right.
Thank you. We'll consider that the principal motion. And is it still seconded? Still seconded.
Thank you.
Now, you have 3 minutes to explain, or somebody has 3 minutes to explain why this is a good idea. The clock is ticking. If no one is going to speak to the
excuse
motion,
me.
we'll just
Yes.
vote.
Yes. Craig Okustum-Lang, 48 South Street. There's been a lot of, I'm not going to regurgitate what everyone said tonight, but I think what the citizens petition tries to do is to try to create a very simple, easy to do rental process for anyone who wants to do short-term rentals in the town of Great Barrington. And it's written to be quite simple. It was not written by Airbnb or any large corporation. It was written locally by people who are participating in the rental industry. We're just looking to have a very simple process. The citizens article that passed this evening is quite complicated, and you've heard speakers speak about that this evening. And again, we're trying to have an easy to do format, easy to do application process, not to have a 3 strikes and you're out, where the selectmen can determine if you have 3 violations, and who knows who has called in those violations, that you could be determined that you couldn't do rental again on your property. Seems very unfair. Yeah, right.
I'd just also like to add that.
Claudia Leslie, okay, go
Yes,
ahead.
Claudia Lastly,
Yep.
29 Benton. I'd also like to add that I feel like there hasn't been an adequate discussion by the proponents and the opponents to the general bylaw proposed, and it would be so great if we had more time to discuss the benefits, costs, et cetera, and to really get the data. I'd also just like to also, because I was kind of called out, I am a real estate agent, and I do have my own company, Berkshire Rental Properties. I am not here lobbying for my company or as a real estate agent, because the majority of the rentals that I do from my company is 30 days or longer. So I do have skin in the game, but I'm going to be fine no matter what happens tonight. I'm here solely to protect property rights, to have outsiders come in and be welcomed, to have the town's gig workers with lots of work, the storefronts full, people here visiting, and to keep our tradition of rentals going and alive, just like it's been for hundreds of years here in our beautiful town. So I was dismayed that we weren't able to push the motion so that we could discuss it further at a longer time. I don't understand why that wasn't addressed when we brought it to you in the last go-round. Maybe you can explain the process of why that was pushed aside.
I could expound at length on what might have happened, but it didn't happen. And right now we have this motion before us.
Okay. All right. So anyway, I really hope that we can have a lively discussion and debate. And if we vote both proposals in, then we can see what happens. And thank you for your vote.
Am I right?
Yeah, hi, Jim Manning, 304 Main Street again. I agree with the motion to strike that first line, which says, as of right, you can do an SDR on any parcel in Great Barrington. I think that basically abrogates the duties of the board to.
Correction, what was stricken was item C in that one. Sub-item C under that one.
Okay. All right. Is that what I have to discuss?
Oh, well, the motion is without sub-item C. If you want to talk about a different phrase, you may talk about a different phrase.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks. Yep.
On my left?
Hi, Chris Tucci, 366 Park Street. 8 months ago, this discussion started. If you weren't a part of the discussion now, that's okay. But we came here tonight, and the citizens of Great Barrington voted, and they voted for the bylaw, Article 25. If you vote for the citizen petition, which is deliberately obstructionist, you are deliberately delaying the restrictions on short-term rentals. There are no limits on the amount of short-term rentals in the citizen petition. There is a glaring difference between allowing an unlimited amount and a limited amount. The bylaw was designed to protect. The citizens of Great Barrington voted for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
On the right?
Adrian Alcala, Alford Road. I'd like to repeat, yes, voted. Also, 8 months, the select board that you voted for prepared the bylaw that you passed. And if you want to have further discussion after 8 months, well, the next year is a really good long time to have a very deep discussion, and you can bring it to the town meeting next year. If we have two competing bylaws, then I'm not really sure what happens. I heard that nobody really knows, but my intuition is that when there are competing laws, there are going to be lawsuits. And when there is lawsuits, there will be a cost to the town. And there'll be more than a money cost. So I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, unless we're about to vote, we've debated this. I would like to call the question. Unless
We were about to vote rather than vote twice.
I withdraw calling the question.
Okay. Okay. I think I can do this by show of hands. All those in favor of adopting Article 33 as presented, raise your cards. Thank you. Put them down. All those opposed? Motion fails at 6 minutes after 10. There are 4 more items. 3 of them have to do with STRs. If that's an issue you care about, please don't evaporate our quorum.
Ready?
Article 29. Is there a motion?
Voted that the town adopt the resolution in support of the work of the Special Commission relative to the seal and motto of the Commonwealth as printed in Article 29 of the warrant of this town meeting, and that the town forward the adopted resolution to the representatives and senators in the general court as specified therein.
Is there a second? Second. This, I believe, was explained in the handout, unless there's somebody who really wants to talk to us about it. There is. Okay, go ahead.
I was told I was supposed to come talk
Please
about
do.
it.
Okay.
Erica Milkey, 360 Park Street, Housatonic. I think the information is in the handout. My lovely assistant, Annie, is going to just pull out the state flag. It kind of speaks for itself. There's an arm of a white man holding a sword over a static image of a Native American with, in Latin, by the sword we seek peace. I mean, it just speaks for itself. There's a commission in the state that is working that has voted unanimously to redo the state seal and state flag. This is just our town joining a chorus of other towns, 2 that are voted just tonight, Williamsburg and Sturbridge, to support the change, because this isn't what we stand for. That's all.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there further discussion? All those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Motion passes at 10:07. Article 31. Is there a motion? 30. 30. You're right. Article 30. Thank you for keeping me on my toes.
That the
Article
town
30.
accept Chapter 64G, Section 3DA of the Massachusetts General Laws authorizing the imposition of a community impact fee of 3% on the transfer of occupancy of a short-term rental in a professionally managed unit, which term is defined in GL Chapter 64G, Section 1, with said fee to apply to transfers of occupancies on or after October 1st, 2022.
Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? I believe this is also explained in the handout. Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. All opposed? Motion passes at 10:08. Now, Article 31.
Voted that the town accept Chapter 64G, Section 3DB of the Massachusetts General Laws authorizing the imposition of a community impact fee of 3% on the transfer of occupancy of a short-term rental unit that is located in a 2 or 3 family dwelling that includes the operator's primary residence, with said fee to apply to transfers of occupancies on or after October 1st, 2022.
Is there a second? This too, I believe, is explained in the handout, unless there is a desperate need for more words. Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. All opposed? Motion passes at 10:10. Article 32.
Voted that the town dedicate 100% of any community impact fees collected under Chapter 64G, Section 3DA or B of the general laws to affordable housing as follows. Fees shall be deposited in a receipts reserved for appropriate account for appropriation by vote of town meeting for the purpose of supporting affordable housing, including grants to the Great Barrington Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Yes, we're almost done. Is there any discussion beyond what's in the handout explaining it to you? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries at 10:11. Thank you very much. Is there a motion to dissolve the meeting? Motion to dissolve. All in favor? Any opposed? Without objection, we are dissolved. Thank you very, very much for your patience in dealing with a very long meeting.